Welcome, everyone, to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. So we got a full chat in here already. Bella, Tim, Kat, Brian, welcome, everybody. What a wild night we had last night, huh? I wasn't expecting that stream to go 5 hours. But here's the thing. The big thing is, what on earth happened last night, right? That's the big thing. And Phil Bradley's in here. Never late nor early, Phil Bradley. Only on time, just like a wizard. So there's also the first things first, though. One of the first things I was seeing people say after the video posted last night was, "Oh, you're totally wrong. There's been no glove found in Nancy Guthrie's house. No one should follow this guy." And I'm like, well, here's the thing. Sheriff Nanos is consistently contradicting Ashley Banfield and other people who are reporting that, because Ashley Banfield reported there was a glove found in Nancy Guthrie's home. Fox reported there was a glove found in Nancy Guthrie's home. Sheriff Nano said, nope, no glove, no glove. So who's telling the truth here? That's the thing to ask ourselves. Who's telling the truth? Is the sheriff telling us a lie of omission? Is he just being disagreeable? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But there's conflicting reviews, which makes it difficult. And happy Valentine's Day to everyone. I figured what better day to talk about true crime than Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is all of our mistresses, for that matter. So, also, Brian Etten just came out with this post too. This is less than an hour ago. Investigators have used what is called a signal sniffer. It is a small device that was sent in and attached to the sheriff's helicopter. And this is the big part. It can detect Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker signal. The helicopter has to stay low and move slowly for it to work. So they're looking for her. And a pacemaker can operate even if Nancy's dead. This would just be to find a body, is more so what it would be. The wizard appears, raised on. That's right. All right, on, Cat. Cat Song's doing good on Reddit and on YouTube. I love to see it. So the first thing we're going to do today is go over a couple Brian Etten videos. And what else to report? What else happened was there was a SWAT team raid that was close to Nancy Guthrie's house. 2 people were detained there, a mother and a son. They came out willingly. At a traffic stop, another person was detained. That's it. That's all we know. They were detained and questioned. No arrests. No arrests, by the way. No Nancy body, by the way. No sign of Nancy, period, by the way. Now on to the Dolly Vision thing, because he's going live at this very moment too. But I saw what he made in this video earlier today. He said he stumbled upon a body. Well, what happened was there was a hit-and-run accident unrelated to Nancy Guthrie, and a pedestrian was killed. Likely that's the body that Dolly ran into. For those who were talking about that yesterday, there was not someone that ended their own life. People start speculating, and then remember that kid that game they used to play with you in school, Whisper Down the Line? Someone starts with something, and by the time it gets to the other place, it is completely distorted from the truth. I think that happens in this space all the time. So that's what people were saying. Someone ended their own life. Now, a pedestrian was killed. And that's probably who he saw. Now, he's talking about it right now, though. And but he sent a link. He put a link in the comments about what he was referring to. And the link went to this hit-and-run accident. I know Canada was trying to tell me about that last night. But what else? But that's it for now. We're going to learn more about why they even did the SWAT raid to begin with, but I think that's a good place to start. But before we begin, anyone have any questions for me before we begin? There we are. But remember to like the video before we begin and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Now, I don't think Dolly was hallucinating. I think it just got a little bit distorted. I don't really have an opinion on Dolly, honestly. I don't really know him. So I'm learning as I go about them. Sweet Caroline, welcome. I did get some sleep, Bella. Thanks for asking. Did you? Whisper down the lane. That's right. That's right, Michelle. I think that happens in this space all the time. I'm living the dream. I'm excited to go over these couple of videos with you here. Well, there's going to be 2 from Brian Netton. We'll do an Ashley Banfield, and then we'll take it from there. And then if today is anything like yesterday, there might be more news breaking. But again, what confused me about yesterday was there was all of these medics, FBI, medical examiners, forensics. And I was thinking, why are they going here unless there's something big? And it sounds like to me they were just trying to pull out their equipment. They're like, oh, I got it. Let's use it. It's here. We got this budget, so let's use it. And that's honestly, that's what it seems like now. But let's jump in here. So this is the first one. This is not the most recent, by the way. But this is our buddy, Sheriff Castigan. And we're going to get into some thoughts about the sheriff in this too.
I keep getting asked. Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. What a night it has been. There has been a SWAT situation that I've been covering for the last 3 or 4 hours. I was inside the perimeter because we were following the SWAT team. We got in, and we know that at least one person has been detained.
So they went into the SWAT raid because they got a federal judge was able to sign off on it. So the FBI, they write their own warrants, but they need a federal judge to sign off on it. So that would lead you to believe it should have been something, but not nothing, right? So that's how they did that. They did that. The mother and the son came out. But there just seems like a lot of stuff. It just seemed like a lot of stuff for that mother and son. They really pulled out the works. They closed down the area. They brought about 30 vehicles in there. It got me thinking that they found a body, but they did not.
Neighborhood is still all closed down. It's raining out here. It's the first time it's rained since I've been in Tucson for almost 2 weeks. So I'm going to walk you through everything that happened tonight, the latest developments. Is this possibly a break in the case? Everything that I saw, I'm getting into all of it, the latest on the Nancy Guthrie investigation in this episode of Brian Netton Investigates. Hey guys, it has just been an insane 4 or 5 hours in Tucson. There have been so many developments, not only tonight, which right now, if you're watching this, I don't know when you're watching this, it's Friday night. That isn't even, it's so late. It's actually after midnight now when I'm recording this. But the whole day was full of developments in the Nancy Guthrie case, which I'm going to get to in all of them. Let me start with really the breaking news, though. There was a SWAT raid, which I was actually at, which I'll get into the details of in a second. But we know that it is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. They went into a neighborhood about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson, and they detained a man and a woman from the house, and they also detained a man from a traffic stop at a Culver's restaurant very close to that house. And I'm told that it's all connected. I'm told that it could be a mother and son who were detained in the house and maybe the brother at the traffic stop.
So those are the 3 people detained. That's what you need to know about that. Mother and son at the home. That's where they were roping off the area and all the vehicles went. It just seemed like a lot. It was a lot of people to be going there for a mother and son. That's what I thought. Also, Sweet Caroline gifted a membership for people. When I start hitting benchmarks of memberships, I have to count them up today. But if I get to 50 or 100, I'll start doing members only live streams too for a half hour to an hour, which I think will be a cool perk. But thank you, Sweet Caroline, for gifting that. Also, I think the sheriff is up to some stuff here. We'll get into it in a minute.
But they're all connected. And the reason I know this is because I'm told by sources that they were waiting to move on the house until the traffic stop happened. And that this is all connected back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, whether these are just people that they are looking into, whether one of them is someone that they're specifically looking to and they just detained them all for the time being while they question them. I don't know, but 3 people are detained according to my sources, at least as of when I am making this video. So let me back up a little bit. I knew that something was about to go down this afternoon. The search plane was up, which I was told was doing surveillance. And then I found out that the SWAT teams, the Pima County SWAT teams, were going to be preparing for a possible operation tonight. So And they've done that before and nothing has really transpired. But the sense was tonight something was actually going to happen. So I ended up going out to the two locations where I found out that they were staging. They moved from one location to another one very close to the target's house, which again was only 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. They moved in on the house in the neighborhood. It was two big, like Bearcat SWAT trucks. I would say maybe 24 deputies. Everyone was just a lot of armor. I mean, it was very, very serious. And I was told they were prepared for, for the worst, really, prepared to have to go in with force. What happened, though, is luckily they didn't have to use any force. When they got to the house, and I was right there, I got into the police perimeter. I don't know how. I think just because me and Mo, you guys know how I am by now. Like we were right there. We had good sources that led us right there. So we got in there before they put the police perimeter up, and we could tell that they didn't have to use force. The man and the woman surrendered outside of the house, and there was no issue there from what I could tell. And from what my sources are telling me. And at the same exact time, they were able to get a man from the traffic stop who is also connected to the same situation. Again, whether any of this pans out and they are officially deemed to be part of this Nancy Guthrie investigation, I don't know yet at this point. But I know that this whole operation is connected to the Nancy Guthrie case. So they pulled them out of the house, or they came out of the house on their own. I shouldn't say pulled out. And now I know that they are conducting a search warrant at the house, which could take quite some time. Initially, it was mostly Pima County deputies, and then a cavalry of FBI agents showed up. And I mean, like a ton of FBI and evidence response unit. They all came into the neighborhood and showed up. And I was told.
And that's what made me think it was something. It made me think there must be something there really important, not just a mother and son that are going to give themselves up instantly. But hey, maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe they'll pull something out of this that I wasn't expecting.
That they were going to be there like all night long doing evidence collection. So it's a pretty big development. Hopefully it's going to lead to some major progress in the case. Hopefully it's not a similar situation to what we saw a couple nights ago in Rio Rico near the Mexico border. Remember, that was when kind of a similar situation. They went out, detained someone, did a search warrant, and it turns out, it seems that had absolutely nothing to do with the case, and they ended up letting the guy go, the guy named Carlos. Remember, I interviewed his mother-in-law a couple nights ago. This did feel, at first it felt similar, but as more and more FBI showed up, it was a bigger scene out here tonight. It felt more significant. That was just the feeling on the ground. So we'll see how this plays out. But it was a wild Friday night. Again, just for me, kind of just going from one SWAT staging location to another, and then ending up in the middle of all this action in this neighborhood and being on the inside of the perimeter.
I really did think last night was it, though. I got sucked in by it. My first instinct was, they're just throwing these people out there to make it look like they're doing something. And I think maybe that was more correct. But as time went on, I was like, maybe this is something. Maybe we're going to find Nancy here. Nope. I was misled.
And Mo and I just tried to stay kind of out of the way, and no one really noticed us at first because we were just sitting in our dark car. If you were watching News Nation, I was doing live shots from the dark car. And then eventually one of the deputies saw us and was like, you guys got to get out of here. So, but we were very careful in the beginning not to give the location, not to give the address. I was trying to just report very limited information because I didn't want to interfere with their operation when there were still so many moving parts. And then, of course, when everyone was officially detained, we were able to report more. So that's kind of the latest on the SWAT situation with the house and what happened with them detaining the person from the car, which again, all appears to be connected. I'm told that the car was detained somewhere near Culver's fast food restaurant. So we're going to see how that plays out. My suspicion is they're going to probably get DNA from whoever they were interested in, talking to, interested who they thought may be connected to the case. And now that we know that they have DNA from Nancy Guthrie's house, they can pretty quickly, with the FBI's help, try to match the DNA there and see if this person is involved. Okay, DNA. On the DNA front, big development today. Okay, I would say this is probably the second biggest development since the surveillance photos came out.
And so this is the big one, right? They said they found DNA in Nancy's home that is not from the family, not someone Nancy knows, and not Nancy herself. That is big, right? That's going to be the person who did it. It's going to be whoever it is. Now, maybe the sheriff is playing word games here because they're saying they found the DNA, but the sheriff is adamant no glove. Oh, no glove in the house. Even though Ashley Banfield reported there's a glove, Tony Bruschi and Jennifer Koffendorfer reported there's a glove. Fox News reported there's a glove. So this is getting frustrating to me that all of these sources are telling credible people such as Ashley Banfield and then Tony Bruschi, Jennifer Koffendorfer, Fox. Someone's telling them these things. There's a source telling them these things. They're not going to just lie. And then the sheriff is saying, nope, that didn't happen. So it makes me think, what the heck is the sheriff doing here? Is he just trying to be disagreeable? Is he trying to contradict them on purpose? He might have a motive to do so with Ashley Banfield, and we'll get into that in a minute.
And that is that the sheriff's office is saying that inside Nancy Guthrie's house, they located DNA that does not belong to Nancy Guthrie and does not belong to anyone associated with Nancy Guthrie. Okay. So a stranger's DNA located in the house. And remember, we know that they've taken DNA from Nancy Guthrie's family members, and we know that they've taken DNA from people who came in and out of the house, like landscapers, pool people, Uber drivers, that kind of thing. So they apparently ruled those people out in terms of whose DNA this is that they found in the house, and there is someone else's DNA in the house. That is a big deal, okay? Because that DNA could belong to the kidnapper. And they can now use that when things like what happened tonight happen. They can try to get a DNA match. The other thing they can do with that, and think back to Brian Kohberger and the Idaho investigation, is they can look into ancestry DNA, which we learned a lot about through genetic genealogy. We learned a lot about this with Kohberger, and they could use it in this case. And that means that even if they can't figure out who the person's DNA is that was in Nancy's house and it doesn't come back to a specific database, they can go to 23andMe and all of these genealogy companies that people sign up for to find out their background, which is what happened with Kohberger. And they can try to find matches there with extended relatives of whoever that person is. So they could maybe find a third or fourth cousin, and then they can try to whittle it down from there. And we've seen it happen before. It's a new kind of technology, but we learned all about it with the Idaho case, and it could come into play here.
So again, he's mentioning how that other DNA, they're going to cross-examine it with the law enforcement's what they already have on file, and then other things like 23andMe. That's how Brian Kohberger was caught. So it could be interesting here. And also, when they say it was not someone Nancy knows, I'm presuming that also means it's not Tommaso's DNA in the house, right? It's not Savannah, not Annie, not Cameron, not Tommaso. It would be extremely misleading to not be including Tommaso in that as well.
So it is a big deal that they found DNA in Nancy's house that does not belong to Nancy or anyone associated with her, according to the sheriff's office. And we're going to have to keep a really close eye on that, okay? That was another big thing that came out today. Something else, the sheriff is now talking. He's doing interviews again. He did an interview with News Nation. He did some other interviews today. And he is saying that this whole narrative, and I shouldn't even say narrative, I mean reporting, I have reporting from FBI sources that there has been disagreements between the sheriff's office and the FBI. The sheriff is saying that that's just flat out wrong. Granted, we've been hearing different things on the ground. I've been hearing that for days, really for a week, that...
And this is just another example of the sheriff contradicting everything. So who is the FBI talking to about they don't know who's in charge? No one knows who's in charge on the scene. The sheriff isn't giving us all the evidence. Who's saying that? Who's saying that? And again, the problem here is none of these people can reveal their source, or there'll never be a source again, right? But what's more likely? Are these other people correct and the sheriff is lying, or the sheriff is correct? What do you think? Type 1 if you think the sheriff is telling the truth. Type 2 if you think he's lying, gaslighting, or using lies of omission.
The sheriff hasn't been sharing information with the FBI as recently as a couple nights ago. They weren't sharing critical information. There was the reporting that they were withholding critical evidence, that the sheriff wanted to send all the evidence to a private lab in Florida to have everything tested. and didn't want to send some of it to Quantico, the FBI lab. The sheriff has responded and said, look, we wanted to send it to our lab that we contract with in Florida because that's who we're used to using. And because we started sending the evidence there in the beginning, it makes sense to us to continue sending all of the evidence there. That was his response when he started doing interviews and talked to News Nation today. But he is saying flat out that he called the FBI the Monday after Nancy Guthrie went missing, and he says none of this is true, that there are disagreements between him and the FBI. Again, I've been hearing differently on the ground here.
And again, I think Brian is a good reporter. I think whoever he's talking to is probably accurate. And from what I know about Ashley Banfield, I think the same of her. I think she has good sources. People have been following her for a long time. And it would not make them look good at all. In particular, Ashley Banfield in this situation, if it comes out that, oh, her sources are just wrong, right? So number 2 was the overwhelming winner. People think that the sheriff is lying, gaslighting, or using lies of omission.
But the sheriff is saying that it's just not the case. And he's also saying something else interesting. There was reporting yesterday that a glove was found in Nancy Guthrie's house, and the sheriff is saying that's just not true, that they did not find a glove in the house, but they have found multiple gloves, outside the house, not necessarily in the property, but, we showed you the black glove that was found along the major roadway, and apparently there are other gloves that have been found that are now being tested. So some sort of people are calling it a turf war in Tucson between the FBI and the sheriff, but we're hearing 2 different stories here. Also, President Trump spoke out today about this situation, saying that I think the quote was that the sheriff doesn't want to give up the case. That's why the FBI is still not in charge. Listen to what President Trump said.
Are you President? Why hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator? Do you have any updates on how that's going?
Well, they took it over originally. It was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made. Complicated.
It's interesting to hear President Trump say that outside the White House. And again, these are things that I've heard. There have been concerns about the sheriff's handling of the case. And even he admitted, maybe they made a mistake opening up the crime scene so quickly. Remember, it was just a couple of days later they opened it up. We were able to get the blood. I spoke to the former Under Sheriff Rick Castigar. I've spoken to him before. He was with the sheriff's office for 40 years. He worked with the sheriff for a long time. He's not happy with the sheriff now and the way that the investigation has been handled. And I wanted to play for you what Rick told me. First of all, what is your reaction to this new?
So this is Under Sheriff Rick Castigar. Brian has talked to him before. This guy is not a fan of the sheriff at all. And we're going to try to piece together some clues here from what he says about Sheriff Nanos.
Reporting that the sheriff withheld critical evidence from the FBI.
I have a one-word answer. That's outrageous. And it's outrageous for a number of reasons. The FBI...
So the question was, if you missed it, Brian Etten said, what do you think of the fact that if the sheriff is withholding evidence from the FBI? He says, outrageous. And let's see what he says. Let's see what his explanation is.
It's the entity that certifies those for-profit organizations of which the sheriff's department here has a contract with to analyze trace evidence, DNA, hair, anything. And to, in my opinion, to not include the FBI in that analysis is absolutely outrageous. But it's rooted in this sheriff's disdain for the FBI. And it's rooted in, back when I was a member of the organization and working, a investigation that erupted. The sheriff was not the focus of the investigation, but he was promised by the FBI that they would keep him apprised of the progress of the investigation of some of his subordinates. They didn't. And simply put, that angered him considerably. I think I can understand that, but that particular grudge was with individual personalities that worked for the FBI at the time, not the partners we have today. And, you know, whatever evidence was gained over the course of several 2 weeks needed to be processed, all of it, in my opinion, by the FBI and with their talent and with their expertise and with their capabilities. The Sheriff's Department doesn't have that. Classic example, and maybe I spoke to this earlier, that video that we saw.
So the undersheriff here, he says that the sheriff has a grudge, basically, against the FBI stemming from a previous incident.
In Nancy's immediate front entrance, I know that the Sheriff's Department kind of dismissed any opportunity to resurrect that video. But once the FBI got involved, unbeknownst to local law enforcement, it was resurrectable. And it was, now we all have, although he's masked up, we have a clear image of somebody at Nancy's front door in the time and date in question. The Sheriff's Department didn't know it was possible, but the FBI did. And that speaks to the technology that the FBI and the expertise that the FBI has. And local authorities, I don't recall too many times, even in my 40 plus year history, where we had a big case that wasn't turned over to and asked for specific help of the FBI. They have the capability.
Just go back for a second, and not in too much detail, but what is, you mentioned that there was this investigation that the FBI did into some of the sheriff's subordinates. What was that about?
Well, it was about an individual who was taking RICO dollars, which is the racketeering funds that are seized by law enforcement, and he was putting it where he could access it to pay for projects for the department. It was not put in anybody's pockets. And I cannot underscore that enough. People are going to immediately assume somebody was stealing money for their own benefit. That's not the case. And as I mentioned, the sheriff was not suspect in that case at all, but some of his subordinates were. Technically, by the RICO laws, if you launder money by taking it from one source and putting it in another, it is a violation of that law.
But he was not happy with the FBI during that time.
No, he wasn't happy.
And you were on the inside.
So this guy in the green is a former Undersheriff Rick Castigan. And he knows Sheriff Nanos intimately, and he's not the biggest fan of Sheriff Nanos.
Then.
Of course.
You were the undersheriff.
I was one of his senior administrators.
Okay. And did he say that he didn't like the FBI? I mean, what would he say?
Yes, on many occasions. To several of us, we would meet.
So on several occasions, Sheriff Nanos has said that he doesn't like the FBI. Could that explain some of his behavior here? Could that explain him not getting that Nest Cam footage examined right away because he thought, oh, we can't do this? Oh, little does he know, or he probably did know, he just didn't want to, but the FBI could do it. The FBI could do it. So again, it could answer some things here, the pieces of the puzzle coming together. And I did a post on Facebook earlier where, yeah, just because someone has a position of authority and power doesn't mean they're above being narcissistic and having a huge ego, right? In fact, you could argue there might be even more people with a big ego and who are narcissistic in these kinds of positions. Don't forget that.
Daily and discuss the issues, and he was very upset. And that's because they just didn't keep him apprised of the progress. They kept it close to the chest. He was uncertain whether he was suspect, all of these things. Well, when you're the boss of 2,000 people and some of your subordinates are being investigated for a crime, and technically it is, he wanted to be made aware, and they didn't follow through with keeping him aware. I believe that is the foundation for his disdain.
And excuse me, his last name is Castigar, not Castigan. Under Sheriff Rick Castigar.
Of the FBI. But as I just said, those are different personalities back in 2016 when this happened.
So that's the incident he's talking about in 2016. Sweet Caroline, thank you so much. If you are thankful for Jared and for one another being the flock of black sheep, please like the channel. Amen to that, Sweet Caroline. Please please like the channel, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live almost every night and talk about true crime and current events, and I use my personal experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, and being on the spectrum to better understand those topics. Thank you again, sweet Caroline.
Why do you think he is sending the evidence to Florida, to the private lab, instead of taking the FBI reportedly up on their offer to send it to Quantico?
Territoriality. This is his county, and his ego's in charge. And that's the way I see it. And the reason he has not offered them this evidence.
So this is where I'm a little hesitant to believe Under Sheriff Castigar here. When we listened to Tony Bruschi and Jennifer Coffendorfer yesterday, Jennifer Coffendorfer, former FBI agent Jennifer Coffendorfer, she's totally fine with things being sent to Florida. And you would think, why would the former FBI agent be totally fine with that? And she said it's because it's best to have all evidence sent to the same place. Don't send it to Quantico, send it all to the same place. So that's what Jennifer Coffendorfer says. Now, this guy, former undersheriff, is saying something a little bit different. And then you have to ask yourself, is he being a little bit spiteful here himself? Certainly possible.
Makes no sense. And I have heard a number of people who are local as well as national speak the same thing. It makes no sense. And I'm going to say that word again. It's outrageous behavior, perhaps just to make a point, perhaps just to say this is my area and I'm going to deal with it my way. And it's unfortunate because it compromises the investigation. It provides further delays in getting critical information that needs to be put out there.
He is now saying that none of this reporting is true, that he has worked with the FBI, that he called them on Monday, the Monday right after Nancy went missing. And he's saying that he's been working in collaboration with the FBI and that they were aware that it made sense to send everything to Florida because some stuff had already been there and it all should just go there. And he's saying that this is all incorrect reporting.
I'd like to hear the FBI say that, because...
See, he's disagreeing with the fact that it's all good to go to Florida. He wants to hear the FBI say that themselves. Now, the closest I've heard to that is Jennifer Coffendorfer saying it, former FBI agent. She said she's fine with it, everything going to Florida. Now, is that the same as the current FBI? No, but that's what Jennifer Coffendorfer said. The next thing to be would be to figure out what Maureen O'Connell says, another former FBI agent.
Sources, and again, I'm on the outside, and part of what I'm saying is conjecture, but it's experienced conjecture because I know the personalities and I know the history. And I haven't heard any official with the FBI say, that's okay, we knew about this. Let's delay the process longer and have a contract entity do the evidence instead of us doing it back in Quantico.
Have you seen the sheriff not tell the truth before?
I wouldn't say not tell the truth. I think he's...
That was a long pause.
A good-willed, honest man, but he has the need to do things his way. He can be very...
What's the old expression? Everything after the word but, you can disregard what they said before it.
Vindictive, and he holds a grudge. And I have a contract entity do the evidence instead of us doing it back in Quantico.
Have you seen the sheriff not tell the truth before?
I wouldn't say not tell the truth. I think he's a good-willed, honest man, but he has the need to do things his way. He can be very vindictive, and he holds a grudge. And
so he's a very honest man, but he needs to do it his way. He's vindictive, and he holds a grudge. So take that as you may. But I also wonder if this guy might also be some of those things too. Does this guy hold a grudge? Is this guy being vindictive, even talking about the sheriff the way he is right now? Or is it possibly they are both telling the truth about each other? I don't know. It's hard to say. We weren't there, right? We don't know.
And I believe that might be the real impetus for his decision to send it to Florida, send the evidence to Florida.
So he's saying, nope, that was the reason why he wanted it sent to Florida. Sweet Caroline, thank you so much. Jared, I love how you look at the personalities and behaviors of those being interviewed. It really makes me think about things differently. That's the goal here, Sweet Caroline. I love that. To try to help people to think critically about some of this stuff, to not just believe what you hear, to read between the lines. So thank you very much, Sweet Caroline.
Let me talk to you a little bit about just the investigation in general. You know, obviously they released those surveillance photos from the front door. Do you think they're making progress? What's your sense? Do you think we're getting any closer?
Yes, absolutely. And the screws are tightening on this guy's stuff. The perpetrator, the criminal, the guy who was there at the time at Nancy's front door, knows that video is out, knows he's got exposure. And I think he's taking steps to try and deal with this the best way possible. I only hope and pray that Nancy's still with us. And I only hope and pray this kind of pressure against this bad guy will cause him to take her somewhere, leave her, and then try to hide out somewhere else.
When I was out at Rio Rico, you know, they detained that man Carlos to question him, and then he was let go just hours later.
Right.
Are you hearing anything about was that a mistake?
Well, I wouldn't call it a mistake. I think they had valuable information that was credible, and they pursued it. And what transpired was they were able to determine through investigative processes this individual, there was not enough information to arrest him. But I'm certain the investigators got enough detail where they can go back and interact with this person, talk to him, interview him, get more detail as perhaps more evidence becomes available, and pursue it further if they have to.
Have you heard anything about, because we heard that there may have been some issues between the FBI and the sheriff's office with that specific event?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. In terms of this.
So again, Jennifer Koffendorfer, former FBI agent, seems to have less of a problem with what the sheriff is doing than this guy who's worked with the sheriff before. Interesting to note. And so then you have to ask yourself, why? Why does the former FBI agent seem to have less of a problem than this guy? Seems like to me this guy might also be a little bit vindictive and holding a grudge. And maybe the sheriff is the same exact way. And that's maybe why they don't like each other.
There's more ring video that's coming out. The sheriff's office says that they want any video within a 2-mile radius, going all the way back to January 1st. First of all, let me ask you, what do you think that means? That they're going well before Nancy was missing all the way back to January 1st?
Well, that tells me that they have some reason to believe that somebody or some vehicle was in the area prior to Nancy's abduction. And they want specific video so that they can look at that as evidence. That's clear to me. So we shall see how that turns out. I think as we're standing here speaking, there's another video that's coming out and may be released very shortly. And that's very, very telling. And I don't know if your viewers have seen it, but when I looked at it, I went, oh my gosh, that matches.
Lisa, thank you very much for this, Lisa. She says, happy Valentine's Day, Jared and the Black Sheep. So flock of black sheep, happy Valentine's Day to you all. Thank you, Lisa. You are the best.
Somewhat the description of who we're looking for. How it's related to this case, I don't know. But I think that will become clear very quickly, and the person is identifiable, and that will become clear who that person is.
Do you think, though, that whoever did this to Nancy was just prowling around, trying other places? Because, you know, not everyone, but a lot of the experts I've talked to feel like this was a targeted event against Nancy, maybe because of Savannah Guthrie, maybe because of some other connection. Like, is it really going to be someone who's just been trying to get into other houses around town?
I don't think it's that. I think it is a targeted event. I think this person intended to do what he did the night that he did it. You know, some of the requests for other videos and dates prior suggest this guy might have been surveilling that part of her neighborhood. But why would you enter if this was just a burglary, go inside, encounter her, obviously, and then not just leave her there? Why would he be afraid of being identified? He was so masked up, none of us could really, you could get a mustache out of it and get some eyebrows out of it, but not much. And it's highly unlikely that Nancy would have been able to identify this person. And why take her unless that was your original intent?
Last time I spoke to you earlier in the week, and this was before the new surveillance video, the images came out from her front door, you said that you believed, your gut told you that Nancy was still alive. How do you feel now?
My gut still says she's alive. But, you know, as we go by more and more time and there's no evidence of life with Nancy, it becomes more and more concerning and heavy in this case. And time is of the essence in this regard. You know, one possible scenario is, and it's horrific to think this way, but perhaps he took her and she succumbed to because of age and lack of medicine. We don't know that. And now he's got a problem.
That the intent wasn't to kill her, but that she passed away.
I think this was still a kidnapping, and I think his motive was money. That's my opinion.
One thing I keep getting asked is, like, what do people in Tucson think? How are people feeling?
So do you agree with them? Do you think the motivation was money? Or do you think the motivation was revenge? Or do you think it was a burglary gone wrong? So type this: 1 for money, 2 revenge, 3 burglary gone wrong.
It's the mood on the ground. I mean, you've lived here pretty much your whole adult life, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you know a lot of people. I mean, what is the mood? How would you describe it?
Actually, the mood is supportive of the Guthrie family. And as I've mentioned to you, this is a hometown gal who did well, Savannah. And so there's a huge outpouring of support for her. But just the same, a lot of folks are taking a step back and watching the antics and the interaction between the local law enforcement agency, who has had a proud tradition of being progressive and professional, fight with their federal partners. And it's nothing but territoriality and somebody holding a grudge, in my opinion. And the public sees it. And the public is, in my opinion, seeing what I hear from my associates still there. They're demanding that this be resolved. And the guy who can resolve it is the sheriff of Pima County, if he chooses to.
Why do you think we haven't seen the sheriff? Because he was doing so many interviews initially, and every day I'm waiting to see if there's going to be a press briefing. And
I honestly don't know. I could only guess. I would say something off the record.
Do you think it's because the FBI told him to just quiet down? Or would he even care if they said that?
I think he's gotten some heat for insisting on being in the limelight. Here's an example. Why would an administrator of a large police department get involved in deciding where a bit of evidence was taken? Why? Because the sheriff of this county is a micromanager and insists on being involved in everything. And he wants to make the decision. Most of his staff have the ability.
So again, this guy, the more I listen to him, the more I think he's got a lot of salt on his side here. Because Jennifer Koffendorfer, former FBI agent, said why you send it all to the same place. Because you want the evidence going to the same place. And this guy's acting like, well, the only reason why that he would do that is because he's being spiteful. He's trying to be full of ego and do it his own way. And I don't know. I think this guy might be a little spiteful.
But not the autonomy to decide where those gloves should be analyzed. And if I were still there, and if I were given the authority, which I'm sure he wouldn't allow that, I would have given it to the FBI immediately. But that's not what has happened. And there are perhaps political and personal reasons for it.
As always, I really appreciate Rick and everyone I met here for speaking with me.
So that's Under Sheriff Rick, former Under Sheriff Rick Castiger. Brian Etten, I still think Brian Etten's awesome. Everyone should check out his videos as well. Subscribe to him. He's the person I trust, I think, the most when it comes to this kind of reporting. And my favorite duo is Brian Etten and Maureen O'Connell. I think she's pretty awesome too. Maureen O'Connell's former FBI agent. But by the way, like the video if you're here, and please subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
And, you know, well, there's obviously a lot of moving parts right now in terms of developments of the case. And I think the time will come where people will look back and try to figure out whether this investigation was, in fact, not handled properly. Something else I wanted to show you guys, because so many of you have asked me, like, what is it like around Nancy's house? I always get questions about the neighborhood and about the, you know, sort of just the lay of the land there. So I wanted to make a video to show you guys what it is, what it's actually like around Nancy's house, what the foliage is like, what the just sort of like what the whole setup is. Take a look at this. So I'm in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood right now, and I wanted to give you guys a look at kind of the bigger picture of what it looks like in Nancy's neighborhood. First of all, look at this. This is the road that Nancy lives on, and we're still, you know, about a block away, and you can see just how much media there is out here. I mean, they basically line the entire street, all sorts of different networks, people from really all over the world. Some of the live shots I've heard reporters doing are like in different languages. It's raining today, by the way, which is unusual, obviously, here in the desert. I've been here almost 2 weeks and it hasn't rained one day, but it started raining today. Which is interesting for the investigation. I mean, if there were tire tracks or anything they were looking at, that could be an issue, although it's already been 2 weeks. So they've probably already, you know, hopefully looked for those kinds of things. This is Nancy's house right here. You can see that there is a Pima County Sheriff's deputy out front. Initially, they just had the house totally unsecured with no deputies around, but they have since kept the deputies.
So Nancy's house from the daytime looks so much different, right? We're only used to seeing it from the dark and that the blood in the front step and then the suspect on the Nest cam. But this is her house during the daytime.
Deputy here around the clock, just kind of keeping an eye on things, making sure that no one walks onto the property. Today there was a everybody was kind of excited about this. There was a pool cleaner that came, a pool service guy that came, and they actually let that person go back into the back of the house. This is our News Nation setup right here. That's Mo, our cameraman. Hey Mo. He's waving. He's, I think, grumpy because of the rain. And it's been a long couple of weeks, as you can imagine. But I want to show you up here. Look, this is the area next to Nancy's house. And you can see like how dense the vegetation is. There's cactuses, there's bushes, there's rocks. And when you go back a little bit off the road, which I did the other day and was kind of walking through the desert, you can see how hard it is to see the road because of all the vegetation. So even if like a house like this is Nancy's neighbor, even if a house like this had a camera, it would be very difficult to actually see what was happening out on the road. Not to mention, at night, it's like pitch black around here. They have an ordinance here that you're not allowed to have lights on at night because of all the stargazers. So it's really, really dark here at night. You can see more media parked this way. I mean, we've kind of taken over the neighborhood, which most of the neighbors have been pretty nice. We kind of see the same ones every day out walking.
And that's pretty interesting. There's that light ordinance just for the stargazers. Being from New Jersey, I can't even fathom them doing that around here. Oh, you guys have to turn off the lights so you can get a clearer look at the sky. I couldn't even imagine it.
Their dogs. So we've become friends with a lot of the neighbors. A few have been annoyed, which I understand. It's like they have a hard time getting through. But I think the media, for the most part, has been pretty respectful of just trying to stay off the road, making sure we take all our trash at the end of the day. I know that sounds weird, but you know, you can imagine if it was your neighborhood. So up here, you can see the mountains in the distance. And again, just like you look to the side here, I mean, look how dense. People think this is like a normal neighborhood when you watch it on the news, but each house is on 1 to 4 acres. And there's a ton of vegetation and there's a lot of space in between the houses. And you can actually, like this guy, if he was trying to get to Nancy's house without walking along the road, you could easily do that, just kind of walking through the desert, walking through these yards, and no one would see you. And again, even if you walked in the road, especially at night, there's no cameras that I've seen that are really right out on the road here in the neighborhood. A lot of really beautiful houses here, by the way. It's confusing though. It's twisty and turny in here. There's only a couple of ways to get back to the main road, and there's all sorts of cul-de-sacs. And even being here almost 2 weeks, I literally have to use my GPS every single day when I leave because, first of all, it's so dark, and I still can't really figure out. I still get lost in this neighborhood. So kind of goes back to like the whole thought of, did this person know the neighborhood? Did they plan ahead how to get in and out? And my thought is probably yes, based on just how confusing the neighborhood can be to get in and out of. Some construction happening here. There's a lot of construction in the neighborhood. I've noticed a lot of landscapers, a lot of people doing work on houses, which goes back to, remember those black gloves that were found along the road, not far from here. I think it's about a mile and a half from here. A lot of these people doing work in the neighborhood use gloves like that. That's what some of the construction crews have told me. So,
And again, those gloves a couple miles away, that's really a shot in the dark. A glove found in Nancy's home, on the other hand, would be completely different. And granted, even though the sheriff disputed that, the DNA found in the home that's not anyone related to Nancy or Nancy's, that's the big thing I'm waiting for right now. So whatever that came from, that's the big piece of news.
I'm not sure that those gloves are actually going to connect back to the case, but we know that they were bagged and sent away for testing. And there's apparently, the sheriff is now saying there are other gloves that have also been found. So here's another intersection here. We're right up the way from Nancy's. And I can't even remember. It all sort of starts to look the same out here. But I wanted to give you guys a lay of the land, and kind of show you what the neighborhood is actually like, and just how spread out the houses are, and again, just how much vegetation is out here. Hopefully that gives you guys some perspective of what the neighborhood is like. Again, there's just been so many updates over the last 12 hours. I'll keep you guys posted. I'm waiting.
All right, that's the end of that. But there's another one 36 minutes ago.
World where Walter Cronkite read the.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. It is Saturday. Been here almost 2 weeks. I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. Just kind of found like a quiet place up here off the main drag to talk to you guys. And I kind of wanted to go over everything new that I've learned today in relation to what happened last night. You guys remember last night was this crazy, basically SWAT raid that I got in the middle of. There were 2 people detained at a house about 2 miles from here, 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. A man and a woman. It's my understanding that it was a mom and son. They went to the house with the SWAT team. It was a massive presence, and the man and the woman, again, I believe it's a mom and a son from what I'm hearing, came out, and there was no issue. They basically, came out, didn't resist at all. And were questioned. And then at the same time, there was a traffic stop very close by outside of Culver's, which is like a fast food place, where another man was stopped and detained and questioned. And that person also has a connection back to the house where the other 2 were detained, where the SWAT team was. So new today, I am learning from the sheriff. I was texting with the sheriff this morning, the Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos.
I got a lifeline to Brian Netton. How about that?
He said that there were no arrests, that they were working off of a lead, that's what started all of this, and that they have not located Nancy Guthrie. And I learned later in the day that it was a federal search warrant that they were conducting at that house, which makes sense to me because I saw a ton of FBI there, and then I saw even more FBI arrive about an hour after the initial SWAT teams arrived. And it was a federal search warrant, which I'm going to talk to Steve Moore, my friend, who's a retired FBI agent who has done a ton of these search warrants in his career.
So remember, a federal search warrant means a federal judge needs to sign off on it. That's important because you would think they wouldn't just sign off on something willy-nilly.
About sort of what he sees, what stands out to him about what happened last night. But just so you guys know, when it's a federal search warrant, that means almost always a judge, a federal judge or federal magistrate has to sign the warrant, which means there has to be things in that warrant that justify the search. And it can't just be something vague usually. And Steve is going to explain that. So while the sheriff is saying there were no arrests, that doesn't mean that this is necessarily over. And that's what my sources are also saying, that they are still investigating whatever brought them to that house last night. And you know that they look at the electronics, likely got DNA from people, and they can try and connect that DNA back to Nancy Guthrie's house. Because remember, we were told that there was DNA found inside Nancy Guthrie's house that does not belong to Nancy Guthrie and does not belong to anyone close to her. So it is a stranger's DNA, perhaps the kidnapper's DNA. So they can now...
And imagine close to her includes Tommaso. I can't stress that part enough.
Go when they get these tips and these people that they want to talk to, they can swab them for DNA and then they can compare to the DNA in the house. And you're going to hear Steve explain this in a second. But what happens is if there's a search warrant on the house, that's different than a search warrant getting someone's DNA. But if they show up to your house with a search warrant, they may just say, hey, can we voluntarily swab your mouth? And if you had nothing to do with it and you're like, why are you even at my house to begin with? You'd think that most people would.
This guy talking is Brian Etten. He is a investigator and a reporter who's on the scene. He has a show on News Nation and he has his own YouTube channel. And I trust him very much. And I think he doesn't share things willy-nilly. He doesn't share something unless he really thinks it's true. So in other words, I think he has a lot of integrity in this space. And he gets the Wizard of Radical Self-Respects and the Shepherd of Black Sheep's thumbs up.
Cooperate and just let the FBI swab to just sort of like clear them, because we know they've swabbed a lot of people for DNA so far. The sheriff has said that, just trying to rule people out essentially. So all of that is going on behind the scenes involving what we saw last night. And if you want the full debrief on the whole SWAT operation, go back and take a look at my episode from, sorry, I thought I heard something. Go back and look at, I'm like scared of rattlesnakes after that. That's crazy.
Brian's got a fear of rattlesnakes. We should give him we should help him face his fears one day and get him a card for his birthday with a rattlesnake on there saying, Brian, the fears you don't face become your limitations. Happy birthday.
There are rattlesnakes, but like I'm not a desert guy. I'm from Florida, so like every little noise, I'm like used to gators and that kind of thing, but these desert like critters I'm not used to. So that's why I thought I heard something. But if you want the full lowdown on this SWAT situation, go back and look at my video from last night, and I'll walk you through everything that happened. But again, no arrests. It was a federal search warrant, and I am told by sources that there's still an investigation ongoing involving it. Although, you know, no one was arrested. They were detained for questioning and let go, essentially.
Detained for questioning and let go. All three of them. Mother, son, and the other person at the traffic stop. No arrests, detained, questioned, let go. That's the truth. So be careful if you hear something outside of that. I think that's the truth. Also, on a lighthearted note, Brian would not like having a snake in his boots. He is just like Indiana Jones. Indy Jr. And who would call him Junior? Our friend Sean Connery. He would say, yes. Is your son scared of snakes? Oh, Junior. Yes, she is.
Also, there was a Range Rover, which is interesting, that was also close to where the traffic stop was, that was processed by the FBI very, very carefully and then towed away. And we're trying to find out the relevance of that and how that connects into all of this. So I'll keep you posted on all of that. I'm joined now by Steve Moore, retired FBI agent. It's nice to see you, Steve.
Steve Moore, retired FBI agent. But also to reiterate, all of that hubbub from last night, all of the FBI cars, the forensics, the medical examiners, it made me think something was going down. But in terms of what it turned into so far, it seems like they were kind of exaggerating the importance of that, honestly. That's kind of what I thought in the beginning. But then I let myself get some hope that all that stuff was going down. And I was like, oh, look at all, they wouldn't be using all this stuff if it was just this, would it? But it turns out they were. I thought they might find a body. But again, I thought also, and I mentioned this on the stream, it didn't seem like the energy was buzzing like it was something super important. That's just the vibe that I got at first. and then I changed my mind.
I'm
Good
still
to
in
see you.
Arizona, right near Nancy's house right now. But I was really anxious to talk to you because, we were out all night, basically following the SWAT team around. We were being respectful. We stayed back, but we ended up in the perimeter where they went into that house, brought a man and a woman out. I believe it was a mother and son. They came out willingly. There was no flashbangs. There was no use of force. And then there was another traffic stop close by where a man was detained. So there were 3 people total detained, questioned, and no arrests. I texted with the sheriff this morning, and he said we were following up on leads, no arrests, and we still haven't found Nancy. So what do you make of it? Because we saw this happen with the Carlos guy from Rio Rico. What do you think is going on here?
There's something about whatever these 2 situations showed law enforcement. There's something about them that fit their theory of the crime or theory of the suspect is my guess. If it could be somebody's come up with a profile, and both of these guys both of these residences they hit had a mom with her son living with her. So maybe we've got a profile that we're looking for somebody with a certain criminal background or not, who's living with their mom at home. I've seen profiles specifically that said you'll be living with the mom and not the dad. I've even seen one that says he used to live with his mom, but now he's living with an aunt because the mom and he couldn't even live together. They can get very specific. And I'm not saying that if that's their profile, I'm not saying it's their profile, but if it is, I'm not saying that that they've got the wrong profile. It's just that not everybody who meets that profile is your bad guy. And so they're having to balance, how close do we think this meets the totality of the circumstances? And are we willing to tire our folks out, frazzle the public and things like that for another shot at another bite at this apple?
Yeah, and by the way, the sheriff confirmed today that it was a federal search warrant at that house last night also. Does that mean that a judge or a magistrate had to sign off? And does that mean that there had to be some meat on the bones?
Yes, absolutely. The FBI cannot just go out and write a search warrant for themselves and sign it. Actually, the FBI is different. They actually do. Agents write their own search warrants much of the time. They just have to bring it to a judge and have the judge or the magistrate sign it.
Here's the thing about that, though, too. Considering the importance of this case and how many eyeballs are on it, how weak would it have to be for the federal judge to not sign off on it, right? They're probably going to sign off on it. Like, yeah, go ahead. Go see what you can do for the case, right? It would have to be extremely weak, I think, for that federal judge to not sign off on it.
So this had to have, as you said, some meat on the bones, had to have something that would give a reasonable magistrate, and that's a high bar, by the way, a reasonable magistrate, the belief that they would find something related to this crime at that house. So it wasn't just...
That's true. Thank you, Sweet Caroline. So 3 people detained, no arrests, no suspects. Correct. Perhaps just people's rights violated, property damaged. Why don't they check their leads before they start kicking doors in? Well, we don't know. They were completely useless as of now. It could still lead to something. But again, I feel like if it was closer to something, they probably wouldn't have released them. That's just my guess. But thank you very much, Sweet Caroline. Please remember to like the video out there if you're here, and please subscribe to the channel. I'm almost live every single night talking about true crime and current events.
Some agent or some deputy getting together and saying, hey, you know what? We haven't looked at that house. It's literally thought through, shown to a magistrate, the magistrate agrees, and they sign it. So there was something there. There's no doubt about it, but it wasn't what they were looking for.
One thing I've thought about is with Carlos, the guy from Rio Rico, and we went out there too. He was saying how he was a delivery driver and may have been in that area where Nancy lives. And we know that they're doing all sorts of cell phone tracking, and they can track I think they can track what phones have been close to Nancy's house. Do you think that that's, I mean, you mentioned a profile, but could that also be a way that they are trying to narrow the scope here and come up with targets?
Yeah. I think that's very possible. And, it's kind of funny. Investigators tend to have things that they rely on, individual guys. One person may rely more on profiling information. One may rely more on cell phone information, something where they feel that they understand it really well. And some agents are really good at that kind of stuff. It's kind of like some baseball players are better fielders than hitters. It's just what you lean on. So it's possible that they're looking at that, at the phone records. But again, it can't be just one thing. He was in that area there were hundreds of people in the vicinity of that house, that night. So you have to line it up and get 2 or 3 at minimum other circumstances that also ties you there. You're looking for patterns.
So for a warrant that they would have had to get, since we know it was a federal search, you're saying they would have to have several things? Like how high is the bar?
It can be frustratingly high, I can tell you. You have to show that the person that you're looking at him for this reason, and you might say hypothetical.
Well, also remember, there's leads, but not every lead's a strong lead. There can be such thing as weak leads too.
His phone was in that area. He's made threats. He has actually been in that house, possibly. He meets this profile, although I don't think a profile is going to be admissible on that. So you would have to show actual verifiable facts that would indicate that this not only is this person involved, but the evidence of that crime would be found at that location. So it would actually be a warrant for the location, not the person, but the person who is living there you would have to explain why that house would contain it.
So maybe the fact that the sheriff is saying no arrests, maybe that doesn't mean that this is over in terms of what they were interested in with these people and with this house. I mean, could it just be they didn't make an arrest yet, but there might still be some part of what happened last night that's useful?
Yeah, I mean, unless there's been some statement since then that I have not seen. I, like you, was up most of the night. I think you got less sleep than me, though. I think that what is possible is that they did find evidence of the crime in the house. I'm not alleging that. I'm just saying that they haven't said that this was a complete waste of our time. We're sorry to the people. We don't know.
So you're saying there might be evidence of the crime in that house? And if so, somehow they don't think the mother or the son there are connected to it? Or the other person they detained? Interesting if so. But as Bella said in the chat as well, it's important to remember this isn't a movie. It's not a TV show. Things don't happen as fast in real life as they do in those things. Mike King from Profiling Evil knows that as well. I interviewed him. You should check out that interview if you haven't already.
Know how we got this information. That's not what they're saying. They're saying that we've made no arrests. So it's very possible.
And I saw, because I was there, I saw the SWAT teams and sort of the initial, there's probably 24, and there was some FBI, but 24 law enforcement, I would say, in total that went first to the house They came out, the man and the woman, and then I would say about an hour later, like a sort of a convoy of FBI agents arrived in black trucks, but also like those evidence kind of units that I also saw at Nancy Guthrie's house a couple days ago. What does that mean that they arrived an hour later?
It's a good question. I took it yesterday to mean in real time that this was a planned operation, that this was a lead that was generated, that was obviously looked at carefully enough. You have to go get a magistrate, warrant from a magistrate. So it was something that they had planned to do. They got everybody lined up. And one of the trademarks of a federal operation is that the cars are literally lined up nose to tail all the way back. It'll be led by the SWAT vehicles if you're going to use them, and then law enforcement to set up roadblocks and stuff. And you'll just come in like a convoy. The fact that the convoy came in later, like an hour later, indicates to me that either that was part of the plan, we're going to secure the area, then we'll call you in after the interviews, that may have been part of it, or it was a fast moving thing. And so while the area was getting secured by tactical teams, they were briefing up all the agents and detectives who were going to go in and setting up an ops plan. And then they came in once everybody was lined up.
If they took phones, can they hold on to those for a while?
Yeah, but they don't really need to unless they're looking for physical evidence on the phone. They can mirror those pretty quickly and basically get every single thing that's on that phone onto their drives fairly quickly. So you can return them, unless you're looking for.
So most of the retired FBI agents, Jennifer Coffendorfer, this guy, Maureen O'Connell, they tend to think this is more organized and a plan. I don't think that they think this is a burglary gone wrong. So, and I would agree with that. I think this is more organized. They said the guy on the Nest cam there, he knew where he was walking to. He knew where that camera was going to be. So that tells you it's someone that likely knows the area. And just as Brian was saying with the GPS stuff there too, if you don't know that area, it can be pretty easy to get lost, especially at nighttime.
Physical evidence on the phone.
And we learned yesterday that they found DNA in Nancy's house that's not Nancy's DNA and not DNA connected to someone in her circle, or, it's a stranger's DNA, it sounds like. So I'm assuming last night they would probably swab these people, their DNA, don't you think? Would that be something that would be important?
Yeah, and unless they had a warrant for that, it would be a voluntary thing. You have to get a warrant for buccal swabs and things like that, where they swab the inside of your mouth. So yeah, excuse me. Yeah, so they losing my voice here.
No, you're fine.
They would have gotten that kind of stuff, DNA evidence, things like that, anything they needed while they were there. And if the people were cooperating, you'd get as much as you can.
Yeah, and I guess if they showed up to my house and I had nothing to do with this, like what Carlos said the other night, why not let them do the swab? I mean, you almost want them to prove that, hey, I'm not the guy.
You help yourself if you prove to be cooperative. If you don't, because and some people won't, because they say you're invading my privacy, you have no right to be. I mean, I've seen this where you say you shouldn't even be here and I'm not even going to cooperate with you, and you say, listen, you're not helping yourself. This just means we're going to have to do it the hard way. We'll be here longer. Please just cooperate. And but some people get and I understand, they get offended by the invasion of their privacy.
What about the public perception of this? Because after the Rio Rico search and sort of raid that we were out at, a lot of people were already being hard on law enforcement and the sheriff and the FBI, saying, gosh, this is like not a good investigation. And then they're like, oh my gosh, this was all a waste. And now we've seen another event where it hasn't resulted in an immediate arrest and it hasn't resulted in finding Nancy. Do you think they're taking that into consideration behind the scenes, or are they just solely focused on the investigation, or do they realize like if they keep doing these raids without any thing to show for it, like people start to lose faith?
Yeah, and it's funny how law enforcement views that. The FBI is very insular, and their thought on this might be, well, they don't have to follow us to go to these places. We're just doing our job, but the sheriff's department is more invested in the community. When you think about it, the sheriff has to be elected. His people are in town every single day, by the dozens, patrolling, things like that. So if there's a tension between the citizens of Tucson and the sheriff's office, that really strongly affects the sheriff's office, and it could affect the job of the sheriff. So the sheriff's office is going to be much more attuned to the citizens and their beliefs about this kind of thing and their frustration. The FBI has a culture of putting your head down, getting the job done. And if we screw up, we screw up. But generally we don't, and we're going to get it done as fast as we can. And dealing with the community is really not our job. We're investigators. So
everyone in the chat, send some good vibes to Danielle. She's having some surgery soon, and she's nervous about it. So send some good vibes out there. She's an awesome person.
I think in this modern internet world here, where people are following these things so closely, and the press is following it for them so closely, the FBI is, if they're the agency I used to work for, is probably realizing we're going to have to do some work on how we deal with the public and expectations and things like this, because going forward, it's not the same world where Walter Cronkite read the news and you just listened. It's almost like everybody has their own home game version.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. And you talk about the difference between the sheriff and the FBI too. I mean, the sheriff is elected, sort of has to keep people happy to a certain extent. There's a certain level of like politics involved, where he probably wants progress in some ways for different reasons than the FBI.
Yeah, my dad, coincidentally, when I was like 5 years old, my dad was transferred into Phoenix as an FBI agent. We were there exactly 18 months, and he was transferred to San Francisco, and then he was transferred to New York. I mean, you don't really generally bond with a community in that time. You just work your cases and go. And so, yeah, there is a completely different dynamic between the two agencies, and this explains some of the potential tension between the two agencies. Like, and I'm just speaking hypothetically, but last night, say the sheriff said, listen, we owe the people an explanation of what we're doing here. Let's do a release. And the FBI, who seems to be having more control of the case than the sheriff's department or sheriff's office does, says, we're not going to tell people what we're doing.
So that seems to be a contradiction as well. That seems to contradict what Jennifer Koffendorfer was saying the other day. She's saying the sheriff's in charge. This guy's saying, well, actually, it seems like the FBI is more in charge. And they say this is the cause of one of the friction. Honestly, I don't think the sheriff is being too forthright. I'm not saying he has to be, but it doesn't seem like he's in a hurry to make things public here. But what do you think?
Doing here, we don't want people to start driving around and looking at this place. We're just not going to make a statement. And the sheriff might have said at that point, you don't understand. This could cost me an election down the line. I have responsibilities that you don't have. And those are the things that cause tension, and may have been part of the reason that the sheriff's department was so invested in sending DNA to a lab in Florida instead of sending it to the FBI lab.
The fact that what we saw last night, you had the the house hit, they went into the house, got the people, the two targets out. At the same time, they did the traffic stop close by with the other man, who I think was related to the people in the house too, and had just gone to get food, is what I'm hearing. But
Would
it
make
happened
sense.
simultaneously.
Right.
Why would they have done it that way? Like, why wait till that guy's out going to get food and get him, and then get the two in the house at the same time? Why not just wait till he got back? Or it seemed like that was planned.
I don't think it necessarily was. I mean, because if you can get somebody at their own home, it's a lot safer for everybody than getting somebody at a traffic stop at a fast food restaurant. You can put people in danger that way. However, when you're dealing with 20-some SWAT operators and maybe 40 or 50 agents, deputies, and evidence teams, once that battleship gets moving, it's hard to stop it. And so when they say we're going to hit the house right at, say, 6:10 or 8:10 or 9:15, whatever, everything is moving, and you just can't stop it at that point, except to say the whole operation's off. You can't just park 40 cars on the side of a major thoroughfare and say, we'll wait, because it's a Friday night. People are out. People are going to call. You're just tipping your hand. And so this is not unusual to say, hey, the person we were looking for just boogied. They likely had a surveillance team watching the house and said, hey, one person just left. And the case agent, if I were the case agent, would say, send somebody with him, follow him, let us know. We'll come hook him up wherever you find him. And so I think that's likely what happened.
I read that the sheriff said this morning that, and it's interesting when he does interviews, he says something a little different each time, it seems. But he said, we could find Nancy in days, or this could take years, which I thought was an interesting comment. What is your sense? I mean, they're obviously making progress.
This can take days or years. Why would it take years? I mean, if it takes years, she's clearly passed away, right? She's not going to be around somewhere for years alive.
Release the photos, those photos from the camera. They're, doing these raids and search warrants. But do you think they're getting closer?
Yes, I think they're getting closer. And I think the speed at which they're getting closer is rising. It's, anybody who's done crossword puzzles or jigsaw puzzles realize that right at the beginning, you've just got no help. Once you get just a few words and stuff, you get the frame around it. Now what do we do? And I think they've got the point where they've got the frame done, and they're looking for a couple of big pieces. And once you get those pieces, everything seems to fall in line after that. And so I think we're to the point where larger pieces are going to start to fall. And I don't think this is going to go cold.
So I think the one piece they're waiting for is the DNA they found in the home. That's the big piece. If that piece matches with something, I think they've got a shot. If that piece doesn't match with something, I think they might be in trouble. That's my personal opinion.
Wrong in the past, but there's too much out there for this to go very cold with today's technology.
Especially with that DNA that they found. I mean, that seems like, I think back to the Idaho case when they did the ancestral DNA. I mean, even if you're not in a database now, they can find your third cousin and then back in that way.
Yeah. Or as I found, I had a third cousin that I didn't know about. So yeah, you find all sorts of things out through that. And, again, I'm like everyone else, I'm hoping that DNA is from the suspect. But it's not just that. It's the technology to pick up. And
that's a good point in the chat. Just because it's someone else's DNA does not mean it's someone that, well, then again, I was going to say, doesn't mean it's not someone that could just be another person Nancy knows. Maybe it's like if she has anyone else come into the home, we don't know. Is there cleaning people? Is there cooks? Is there aides? Is there friends? So when they say that DNA wasn't someone close to Nancy, who does that cover? Does that only cover the Guthrie family and Tommaso? Who else does it cover? That would be interesting to know, because then you'd have to know what guests has she had in the home.
Lost video from that Ring camera.
Yeah, that
They
was
are, and being able to find out where things were purchased. And I think that's going to bear fruit. I suspect you're going to find that a lot of things were purchased in the general area, and that helps you zone in on, you say, well, this was purchased at that Walmart and this was purchased at that other store. And the only area where that Walmart is closest and that other store is closer than other brand stores is in this area. And so you start just zeroing in. And I think they're getting more and more zeroed in every day.
What was the FBI doing inside the house in terms of the search? And people think this is all just going to be done like a CSI show so quickly. Like, how long does it all take?
An evidence response team full processing of a scene is not an hour or two thing. It can be days, if depending on how much time and how much access they have. About 5 years before I left the FBI.
So again, the only camera footage that we have is that Nest Cam. As far as I know, there was no other security system in the house, as far as I know.
Remember, I was assigned as a helicopter pilot for a while, and we had a body found at a national park, extremely rural. And I ended up flying evidence teams in there every day for a week, and they stayed 8 hours every day. That was for a single campsite. When you're talking a home where the amount of space that you need to process, like if you're looking for DNA, that could be as much as little as a skin flake or something like that. Now look at the room around you that you're sitting in, or your car you're sitting in, and find out how long it would take you to find every flake of skin in that room or in that car. So it could be, depending on how exhaustive they're going to be, it could be days, it could be a week.
Would they be looking at these subjects, the people who they're questioning? How important would their criminal histories be in terms of forming a profile?
It's very, very important, potentially huge, because part of the profile indicates part of the profile is based on their propensity to do this. It's not like somebody just comes out of nowhere and says, "I just thought of something, kidnapping." I'm leaving art school, I'm going to try kidnapping. No, it's people who have a propensity to it, and they move in stages towards the crime. So in this case, what you potentially could be looking for is somebody who is a burglar, because kidnapping, especially out of a home, involves a type of burglary. And so you're looking for propensity and history of similar actions. And those things really are predictors of what the person might do, as well as skills they might have. So I would be very surprised, especially after looking at that video, if part of a profile didn't include histories of certain crimes that intuitively, I'd say would be burglary. But again, I'm not a profiler, so I could be wrong on that. But I would say that anytime you see somebody with a long criminal record, you are literally right in the middle of the profile for that person.
We saw a surveillance plane before all this went down, a fixed wing. It was high up, and it was circling. Do you think that was involved? How does that connect back?
Yeah, that was involved almost certainly, because as I said, one thing you never want to do is show up at a house where you want to do a search warrant and hook up some people and interview them and find that they're not home. You always need to make sure before you hit the place that the people you're looking for are there. So what they do is they put surveillance teams out, and these are really high-speed, low-drag units. You're not going to see them for if they could be on you for days and you wouldn't see them. And one of the things they do is they have planes up, and the planes tell the people down below how to stay out of the view of the car they're following. Half the time during an FBI surveillance, the car that's closest to the person that's being surveilled is not even within sight of it. And the plane just keeps the cars close until the person goes into a residence or something like that. And then the cars can zoom in and pick it up from there. But that would indicate to me not so much that SWAT was using the airplane, although they can. It indicates to me, confirms to me that they did have surveillance on the house, and that plane probably, as that person left and went to the fast food place, went with that individual and 2 or 3 vehicles.
As always, I really appreciate Steve for chatting with me. I appreciate all of you guys for following along with me here on my YouTube channel or on News Nation. And I'll keep you guys posted. I mean, it was a late night. I didn't really sleep much if I seem kind of tired. We were up most of the night with that whole SWAT raid and activity, but just hoping that something breaks soon. I think about Savannah Guthrie and her family, and just hope that Nancy Guthrie is still alive, and that I still hope that we will have a positive outcome to this whole thing. And again, I've told you guys before, but I get so wrapped up in the investigation, like last night, just trying to figure out that whole SWAT situation and be responsible in my reporting with what we were seeing. And I didn't.
So again, to reiterate from last night, people were throwing around a rumor that someone offed themselves. And I think maybe that guy Dolly is the person that started that, but that is not what happened. There was a hit and run accident, and he saw the dead body from, I think, the hit and run accident at best. So again, that's how rumors get started. That's how lies get spread. People were saying, oh, the SWAT team raided a house and someone ran out and then that person shot themselves. No, that is not what happened at all, according to everything right now.
I don't want to interfere with the investigation at all. So sometimes that sort of takes over my mind, and then I try to remember that there's this 84-year-old woman missing, and I think about what her family's going through. And there's now a $100,000 reward. So if anyone has any information, if you recognize the person in those photos, if you know anything, make sure to call the FBI. So I'll be here. I'm going to keep working it. I'll be back at it the rest of it today and tomorrow. And
I mentioned it because that stream's back up. And he also posted a clip today of something like it. But I don't know. It's one thing to run into a body, but then to throw in someone offed themselves when you have no idea, that's irresponsible. And people ran with that too.
However long this thing goes. So appreciate you guys, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Ashley Banfield time.
Rate. Hey, everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious, and holy shit, is it late. It took until 4 o'clock in the morning to get this podcast out to you.
Yes. But please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live almost every night, except for usually Sunday, but that's always open in case something happens. And I talk about true crime and current events, and I use my experience with narcissistic abuse, mental health, addiction, and being on the spectrum, and I apply it to those things. And we have an awesome flock of black sheep here in the chat too.
Okay. Well, I wanted to record this on Friday the 13th, but Friday the 13th rolled over into Saturday the 14th. It's now, like I said, 4 o'clock in the morning. And the reason that it rolled into the morning hours is because the activity in the Nancy Guthrie investigation went ballistic this evening. All evening long, reporters were following a SWAT action about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home, 1 mile away as the crow flies. And dozens and dozens of SWAT, FBI, Pima County Sheriff's vehicles piled into this neighborhood, and dozens of deputies and agents piled into this neighborhood. And you're going to see a lot of that in just a moment. And Brian Enton was right in the inside of the perimeter, like literally in the perimeter. He was the first one on the scene. And he's reporting from inside the driver's seat.
And so the reason I'm even mentioning it is because people see that stuff on other streams, and then they come into my stream and they act like it's true, and they just share it. Oh, this is what happened. And it's like, you got to verify these things. You got to verify this stuff because not every source is created equally. I tend not to believe things until I hear it from a Brian Enton or someone like that. Ashley Banfield, the issue she's running into right now is the sheriff just keeps on contradicting everything she's saying. And Ashley has a source in law enforcement. But why might the sheriff be doing that? Could it be being spiteful or vindictive? I'm not ruling that out. I'll put it that way.
Of his vehicle. And we thought that was going to be the most sort of dynamic action tonight. And it kept going well after midnight. Suddenly we were getting reports that 2 people were taken out of a house, a man and a woman, and that there was a third person arrested at a traffic stop. And so cameras were trained on a white Sprinter van at a traffic stop for a while. Then the scene seemed to change to a Culver restaurant parking lot. And this is what I had to stay up so late for tonight. I still can't tell you what it all means and what actually happened, but here's what I know just from the reporting and the pictures that are coming in from the scene. A man was being questioned in that parking lot, seated in the back passenger seat of a sheriff's vehicle. The sheriff's deputies were sort of blocking who the person was, but you could clearly see they were questioning somebody. And that's what we thought must have been the third person who was detained, at a traffic stop. And maybe it was a Culver, and maybe it wasn't that Sprinter van. And then it got crazier. The next thing we're learning is that there is what looks like maybe abandoned silver Range Rover. Certainly looks real dirty, like it's been there for a while. And it is parked in the Culver parking lot as well. And suddenly agents are snapping lots of pictures of it, right? And people are trying to get pictures of them taking pictures, but we can't see inside the vehicle. And they are taking pictures all the way around the vehicle. And then they bring up 2 vehicles to sandwich either side of that silver Range Rover. And the next thing we see is tents going up.
So this is interesting here. What do you think was going on with these tents? What are they bringing out behind these tents? And when they do something like this also adds to the speculation, right? What they're thinking, what could they possibly be hiding? And then people jump to conclusions, right?
To shield whatever it was they were looking at when they opened the back trunk of the silver SUV, of the Range Rover. And they held these, like privacy screens on either side so that reporters could not see whatever it was they were looking at, photographing or processing or taking out of the back of the silver Range Rover. Next thing we know, they're hooking it up and they're towing it away, pulling it up on a flatbed, taking it out of there.
What do you think? The sheriff's department just being being antagonistic here? I'll show the media. Screw them. Let's put this thing behind this sheet here. So I'll make them guess.
There are a lot of reports that have been flying around all over the place, including local TV stations saying that a man took his own life. We can't put that together yet with whether it was at a traffic stop, whether it was at this particular area, whether it even happened at all.
I think she's talking about what Dolly's, and she posted this at, I think, 4 a.m. So people didn't know yet.
But it has been a night. It's been a late one. So before all of that happened, I had a very busy compilation day, all recorded for you. And so I think you should hear about all the other batshit crazy stuff that happened in this investigation today, too. So here's how the day played out.
So they put a sheet up to protect the evidence. Protect the evidence from what? That's to protect it from cameras?
Hi, everybody. I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious, and it is day 13 in the Nancy Guthrie saga. Nancy has been now missing for almost 2 weeks. It's been a day, and I'll tell you what, I'm recording this right now. It is 11:23 p.m. on Friday the 13th. And as I speak, there is an active SWAT event happening about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona. It's dynamic, it's rainy, it's dark. There are no streetlights anywhere, but I can tell you this, starting about an hour and a half ago, so about 10 o'clock Eastern, suddenly there was this rush.
They don't want social media speculation, so they do something that will add fuel to the fire of social media speculation. Perfect.
Of activity. SWAT vehicles and a mobile command center took off from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. We went through this the other night, right? We went through this. We saw the bomb squad, and we saw the SWAT vehicles taking off to an hour south of Tucson. They rammed the door of a guy and his mother-in-law and took him away and detained him and ultimately released him and believed he had a good alibi tonight. There is a very similar dynamic that's playing out, but it is only 2 miles away from Nancy's actual house. Brian Enton is everywhere. He never misses anything. He and Mo Moran, his photographer, are right there on the scene watching it. They're inside the perimeter. They accidentally ended up inside the perimeter. So they're just sort of frozen in place, trying not to make any waves or make trouble. And they witnessed 24 sheriff's deputies' vehicles and FBI vehicles, as well as 2 armored SWAT trucks, and just a phalanx of SWAT officers who descended upon this home and actually took 2 people out, a man and a woman. Here's how Brian Enton reported this live from the driver's seat as he was trying his best to see out the rainy window in the pitch blackness with all these, vehicles who'd responded to this incident. Take a look.
There is an active SWAT situation happening right now. Earlier, I reported that the SWAT team was staging. They have now moved in on a house in Pima County. And again, we're keeping our lights off because we're very, very close to where this is happening. And we don't want to interfere at all. We don't want to reveal our location, obviously. We don't want to compromise the investigation. But I know that they have already, from what I can tell, pulled 2 people out of a house. And I know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. That I have confirmed. Whether this is going to pan out into something significant or whether we're going to sort of see what happened the other night with the man who was detained and then released, that I cannot tell you. But the amount of resources here is massive. We saw dozens of SWAT members. We saw at least 2 SWAT trucks fully armored. There's the FBI that is now out here. There's the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And there's at least, I must have followed at least 24.
So one of the reasons I'm watching Ashley Banfield with this, she's going to address the one glove thing, the glove in Nancy's home. That's why I wanted to play this.
Sheriff's deputies and FBI cars into this neighborhood where I am now. So I wish I had more information. I have, again, confirmed that this is related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, that this is a SWAT operation, that they have pulled 2 people out. So I wanted to wait to come on until I knew that we were not putting any, law enforcement in jeopardy like before they went in. They have already gone in. So it was a man and a woman, and it was hard to tell because it's so dark. And
so again, we don't know how this mother and son and the other person at the traffic stop, they haven't said anything about how it's connected to the Guthrie case. They said it's just a lead. It's a lead, but how is it a lead? Is it someone that they thought might look like the person at the door? Is there other ways they're getting leads here? DoorDash, like that person at that traffic stop the other day. Not Carlos, but the other person. I mean, how were they leads? Why were they detained? We don't know. They're not telling us anything about it. So we have no idea.
Some of this is from sources. Some of this is not what I saw a little bit of it, but I'm also hearing that from several sources in terms of who was pulled out. So I couldn't see if they were handcuffed. But I am told it was a man and a woman, and there may also
2 backpack guy video has already been debunked. That guy's clear. So it's useless to play that.
be a traffic stop close by that's also involved, which I'm trying to sort of piece that part of the puzzle together right now. But again, I do know for sure that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
So vehicle after vehicle after vehicle after vehicle entered through the cones and into the area, the neighborhood where this dynamic situation was playing out. Dozens and dozens of vehicles, including 2 that were Pima County Sheriff's Office forensic vehicles. Super interesting. The search could take hours and hours and hours. It did the other night in Rio Rico. It took hours and hours. I don't think it wrapped up till around 3 a.m. Eastern time. But the Sheriff's Department decided at one point they were going to hold a news conference, like right there, out in the rain. And then that plan changed. So we have been waiting for an update late into the night. At about 10 to midnight, the Pima County Sheriff said there'd be no press briefing and that there would be a written statement forthcoming. And so 2 hours plus later, we get this. And it's not very informative, but it says law enforcement activity is underway at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North First Avenue related to the Guthrie case.
And that's the exact tweet that the Pima County Sheriff's Office made. And we read that off. And all that hubbub absolutely made me think something big was going on eventually. I was skeptical at first, but then they kind of convinced me with all the hubbub. And then I was led astray. I thought they were going to find a body or something, but I was totally wrong. Also, super chats are the best way to get questions answered if you have them. And please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel.
Because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available. So obviously they're working well together tonight, but that's all we have. A couple of things that I have on the agenda for the episode, big notes today. So last night, if you watched my episode, Fox News had broken this big piece of news very late at night that they had high-level FBI sources that had told them that there was a glove found inside Nancy's home.
So high-level FBI sources said glove found inside Nancy Guthrie's home. Now, if Under Sheriff Rick Castiger is to be believed, the sheriff doesn't necessarily like the FBI. So wouldn't a vindictive thing be to dispute basically what the FBI is saying? Maybe, right? I'm not ruling that out. Now, granted, Under Sheriff Rick Castiger, I get the sense he might be pretty spiteful and vindictive too.
And then there was also this beef that was ongoing between the sheriff and the FBI. And today, that whole thing is now reversed. The sheriff has come out after telling us he wasn't going to do any press conferences or give one-on-one interviews. He just started to do selective interviews. So I'm going to give you one really good interview that he did. That's coming up. And it's Elizabeth Vargas with News Nation, former colleague of mine. She's really smart. She did just a fantastic interview with the sheriff. She really covered a lot of bases. And I'm going to let you see all of the things he said from his own lips. But, first and foremost, is he knocked down, that there's no glove that was ever retrieved from inside the home. Around the home, sure, in a vicinity. Not on the property, though. Number 2, that there is no beef. Now, we talked a little bit about this off the top of the episode last night. Careful. Reporters love to seize one guy's words or one person's words and then blow it up really big because it makes a really big headline. But, it's nuanced. There's a lot of politics going on in that jurisdiction. And sure, there's some people who don't like their boss. That's not unheard of anywhere. I've certainly heard that about this particular sheriff's department. But to say that the FBI is not playing in the sandbox with the sheriff's department, or the sheriff's department is not playing in the sandbox with the FBI, I think overall, if you believe what the sheriff said today, that's overblown. But watch this space, because someone in the FBI may leak again what they think. But so far, he's done a lot of interviews. He said over and over, and you're going to hear all of his words in multi-different areas and ways, statements, interviews, all the rest. And then also another note. Well, it wouldn't be the day 13 if we didn't have another note from some freak. Whether this freak is connected or not remains to be seen. But somebody sent another note to TMZ. So this would be 3 that Harvey Levin and his team have received.
I'm almost getting to the point where these notes to TMZ hardly even deserve to be mentioned at this point. Because to me, it seems a lot like a hoax.
And this third note has some specifics in it as well. I'm going to get to that, tell you what TMZ has on this and what they've done as well with it. And then there's some really crazy video that was shared on a neighborhood app, and it kind of went wildfire through social media today of a mysterious looking guy about 6 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house, poking and prodding in somebody else's front entrance twice in the night, 2 different times. I'm going to tell you exactly what is happening with that video and with the police and what they think of it. Because it matters. It matters. They're taking it seriously. And then, I don't know, I really like this. Derek Kayea. I don't know how he pronounces his name, but that fella's in a world of hurt. He's the guy that authorities believe sent the bogus ransom requests straight to Annie Guthrie and her husband. He was caught in California. He made an appearance in Tucson, federal court. You don't want to mess with the feds. And we're going to show you, I guess you could call it the walk of shame if he's guilty. Holy shit, is this guy in trouble? His life is over, right?
I think Ashley Banfield is enjoying the freedom to curse since she's not on News Nation.
Anyway, I'm going to show you all of that. And again, I've got this phenomenal interview that I'm going to play for you with the Pima County Sheriff. And then some weird shit. Like just a lot of weird stuff happened today. And I got a whole basket of it that I'm going to send your way. First, though, big thank you. And please, if you're watching for the first time and you're not subscribed, welcome. It's nice to have you. If you have watched before and you're not subscribed, boink, hit the subscribe button. Do me a solid. Love to have you guys subscribe. Love to grow our community. It means the world to me. And I just thank you so much for coming and being here and allowing me to do my work independently. I don't work for a TV station now, so I can quote every TV station. I don't have to avoid what Fox or CNN or News Nation or whatever. I can tell everybody, I can tell you everybody's reporting. And so because I'm an independent journalist, I want to thank my sponsors. They are making this possible. And Just Thrive has joined my team, and I really like them. I test and like all the products that I endorse, folks. And I do want to talk about something important real quick, if you'll permit me. Health and well-being. Let's go over some of the day, because yet again, it was a doozy. So at 6 p.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. Tucson time, Brian Enton reports that there's planes like circling overhead as he's doing a live shot for News Nation. And he says they are Pima County Sheriff's aircraft. They are known for doing surveillance, which is intriguing. There's no announcement as to what they're doing, why they're up there, but they were up there. So the search has gone to the air, at least today, at least at 4 p.m. local time. And then not long after that, Brian and a whole other bunch of media outlets reported that the mobile command vehicle and a SWAT vehicle were on the move. That happened about 5:30. And KVOA, as I mentioned, a local station confirmed that is connected to the Guthrie case. And so a lot of media followed, a lot of streamers followed, and responsibly, many and most stayed back so as to not, alert said target that, the popo's coming. And so that's still ongoing as I come to you tonight. It's 10 o'clock Eastern right now. Don't know what it's going to yield, but we got a really late yield the last time there was a door knockdown, raid. It happened around 10, 11 o'clock at night. Guy was arrested. Well, guy was detained, put in cuffs on a traffic stop. He had his family in the car, door dashing. They busted down the door of his home. They did a very long search and ultimately determined not the guy. He had a good alibi, the sheriff said. But a tip and some other things, other kinds of electronics, the sheriff's wording was odd. Other kinds of digital work led to that particular action. Don't know what led to tonight's, but we do know that there's DNA that is not Nancy Guthrie's DNA, and not anyone in her immediate orb, family or others, that was found inside the house. What kind of DNA? Good question. That's important. Really good question. I'm going to explain in a moment how critical the kind of DNA you get is in an investigation. Like, one piece of DNA ain't like another. And there's a great expression for it. And that is that DNA is a dirty word. I'll explain it in just a moment. But first, just so you know, Sheriff is confirming DNA, in fact, found in Nancy's home, not related to her family or those that she has in her, direct circle of people.
So again, could the sheriff be playing a word game here? Oh, there's DNA in the home, but not from the glove, just other DNA.
So ABC reported that early on and said that DNA samples are being compared to samples taken from associates of Nancy Guthrie, according to Sheriff. Now, I want to give Matt Finn from Fox News Channel big props because he was first today, by my estimation, and I'm scanning pretty far and wide, but he was the first today to score an interview with the Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos, and knock down a lot of the story from yesterday. He'd done this big interview, and let me give you the highlights. No glove inside the house, and emphatically, no fancy words, no wishy-washies, no, getting around it. No, 100%. Sheriff's like, nah, that is just wrong. There was no glove inside the house.
So let's see what Ashley Banfield says about this, that the sheriff said there's no glove inside the house.
So here's how Fox News Channel opened one of their late prime hours with this exclusive reporting last night. Take a look.
And Jesse, I want to start with a little breaking news. A high-level source of the FBI has just confirmed to me that the Pima County Sheriff's Department has blocked key evidence to the FBI. We're talking about a glove found inside Nancy Guthrie's house, along with some DNA. The FBI wanted that evidence so they could take it, analyze it themselves, send it to Quantico to get some faster return.
All right, so this puts it in a different light then, right? Because if this is true, what happened, now the sheriff is lying about it to cover his butt, maybe. That's now a possibility, right? If they knew about it, the FBI wanted it. Now, the weird part about it is, because this would still contradict Jennifer Coffendorfer, because she said it should still go to Florida anyway. But this guy seems to be saying, oh, it would have been better if the glove went to Quantico. But let's let him finish here.
The Sheriff's Department decided to keep that evidence and send it to a private analyst firm in Florida. So clearly that is not going to help the relationship here between the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff, which we know in the early going has been tense at best.
And Fox has really good contacts in the federal government. They're very connected to Kash Patel as well.
I want to watch this again because this is important.
Prime hours with this exclusive reporting last night. Take a look.
And Jesse, I want to start with a little breaking news. A high-level source of the FBI has just confirmed to me that the Pima County Sheriff's Department has blocked key evidence to the FBI. We're talking about a glove found inside Nancy Guthrie's house, along with some DNA. The FBI wanted that evidence so they could take it, analyze it themselves, send it to Quantico to get some faster return. The Sheriff's Department decided to keep that evidence and send it to a private analyst firm in Florida. So clearly that is not going to help the relationship here between the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff,
So, I mean, if that's true, the FBI wanted that glove and they didn't get it. That would seem to me like there's absolutely some friction there, but it would still leave me confused. Now I have a follow-up question for Jennifer Coffendorfer. Why would the FBI want to do that if you're saying no, they should send it to the same place in Florida? That would be my question for Jennifer Coffendorfer.
which we know in the early going has been tense at best.
And Fox has really good contacts in the federal government. They're very connected to Kash Patel as well. I don't know if Kash is the source of that, but that was a sourced report. Multiple other outlets matched that reporting, and that was the headline of the night, only to be flipped on its ass today. and Fox News, Matt Finn getting the different side of the story. So no glove was sent to that Florida lab. And by the way, if you were watching last night, turns out it was the Florida lab that I had named. The lab that the Pima County Sheriff's Department uses is in Deerfield Beach, Florida. And it is a very, very good lab with a really good track record. And that is the one apparently that they've used. That, I should say, came from good sourced reporting. I didn't find that out myself, though. Okay.
Good source reporting. I don't know exactly what that is. So no glove was sent to Florida either. So does that mean there was no glove? And again, this is what makes it confusing. There's so many conflicting stories, and it just leads me to believe they're not on the same page. I mean, there should be a unified front here. Not that we're all entitled to the information, but you just want them to be on the same page here. It certainly doesn't seem like the FBI and Sheriff Nanos are on the same page.
So apparently they've been using this lab for over a decade. They got that stuff out fast. This is before the FBI comes in, because the FBI comes in the next day on Monday. This is what the sheriff has told us now, is that the FBI got involved one day into this thing. So it's not like, they were left out for days. They were brought into the fold on Monday. And remember what we had on Sunday. We had a missing grandmother. So time is of the essence, right? Chop, chop. I need this tested now. And so it kind of stands to reason that the Pima County Sheriff's Department would fire that stuff off to a private lab that can do it fast. Your state lab is way backed up, right? They just forget it. State labs, don't even get me started. They're so overworked, underpaid, and they mess up a lot, and they screw up a lot of cases, not necessarily because they're bad people. It's just because there's just too much to do. But private labs, bam. You can get that done. You can get that back within 24 hours, if you pay. And I've got some details about money changing hands.
So chat, I want to include you in this. What do you think it is? Do you think there's a glove that was found at Nancy's home? Press 1 if you think there's a glove. Press 2 if you think there is no glove and the sheriff is just disputing it. Because then the other part of it is there's a glove, but then they didn't send it anyway. But why the heck would they do that? Why would there be a glove and why would they not send it? Doesn't make sense.
Reports of $200,000 being paid to that lab. Then other reports saying it was pro bono. A little confusing there as well. But important that you know that was the plan. Get it to the lab in Florida, Deerfield Beach. They're really good at what they do. They've got an incredible track record. And let's get that back fast and just find out if there's somebody we can catch quickly. So the sheriff also said to Matt Finn, Fox News, it's bullshit that there's this massive war going on between the FBI and us at the Sheriff's Department. It's just not true. We're working well together. He said it is a kidnapping, still believe it's a kidnapping. Found a few different gloves around the area, but not in the property. Some of them miles away, some of them as far as Phoenix, right? No one is ever really eliminated when asked if anyone's been ruled out. This is what Matt was told. Also, again, more than one issue led the sheriff to the Rio Rico man, but he's satisfied with that man's alibi. Will not confirm to Fox if there was forced entry. Remember, I told you on Tuesday of last week that my source said there was indeed forced entry, but every time the sheriff's been asked, he says, I won't confirm that. Of the criticism that the sheriff's office released Nancy Guthrie's crime scene too soon and opened it up too quickly. Originally, he said that's on me, but now he's kind of going back on that and saying that's not true. They got what they needed. He said that anybody else who came in and investigated afterwards got what they needed, and then was asked, should you have cleaned the blood up outside the house? Now, I know the answer to that one. It's not the job of the police to clean up a crime scene. That's not what they do. So nobody should take swipes at the cops for leaving blood. That's the way it works, unfortunately. Anyway, sheriff's deputies' cars that are parked outside of the home of Nancy Guthrie's home. That is also something that the sheriff said is at the request of the family for safety. It's not a signal that the sheriff left too soon, that they're back there. He said that was something that the family requested. Then on the allegations that the family members are involved, sheriff said, quote, family's been fully, 100%, completely, whatever we've asked for, they've done. It was getting crazy out there with allegations about family. But in the same interview, he also said no one is ever really ruled out as of today. He also said that he's got a great relationship with the FBI. They're a good team. They're good people. Okay, so Elizabeth Vargas did this fantastic interview on Elizabeth Vargas Tonight on News Nation.
That's the other thing. Is the sheriff even going to say, actually, no, I have a terrible relationship with the FBI and I actually don't like them. And I think that they're hurting the case somehow. Of course, he's not going to say that.
Tonight. And she asked a wide range of these questions and more. And you'll get the differences in his wording, the differences in the questions. But I want to play that interview for you now.
Sheriff Nanos, I want to first talk to you about the DNA that you are testing. You have unknown DNA that you have found, DNA that does not match anybody in the Guthrie family, does not match anybody working for Nancy Guthrie inside her home. This sounds like this could be a significant lead.
Well, we found DNA and we eliminated some people, yes. And yes, it's significant when we find somebody that certainly matches that for sure. But right now, there's a lot of significant leads we're working. I think that video was very key to us, and we're tracking down some things there too. So we as of what's today? I'm sorry, it's Friday. So as of Wednesday, we had over 18,000 leads here. The FBI had some 14, 15,000 leads there. We put that video out, and in less than a couple hours, we had almost another 5,000 leads.
Wow.
We're probably close to 40, 50,000 today. But we.
So there's 40 to 50,000 leads. How many to sift through? So I bet you, though, they're probably itching to act on some of these leads because that's what law enforcement does, right? So they got these leads from yesterday, and they pulled out all of their equipment. Kind of reminds me of the song Alice's Restaurant, where they pull out all of their crime scene equipment for a couple of litter bugs. Kind of reminds me of that.
Want those leads. We need those leads. We need people to keep calling us and sending us things, and because that's what's going to solve this case.
Presumably, you've run that DNA against CODIS, which is the database for people who've been convicted of crimes and did not find a match.
I don't know where they're at, but correct. We have no match. I don't know how. There's a lot of work to do with DNA and splitting it and mixtures and different things. Way above my grade. I just allow my team. They deal with this stuff all the time. They're the experts. The FBI as well, and we let them come to us and tell us what it is they need, and we help them with that.
Did you find this DNA inside the house or outside the house?
I can't go there. I'm sorry.
But it was near the house. I mean, it wasn't, at some random place 2 miles away.
It was, well, the DNA we worked with was the DNA from that house the morning we went out and processed that crime scene.
From that house, the morning they processed that crime scene. So you would think that's from the person who did it. Or maybe, depends on who else was in her house before that day, right?
You, obviously, this door cam video was a huge, significant breakthrough for you. Are you also working on retrieving video from the Nest cameras that were inside Nancy Guthrie's home or perhaps in other places on her property?
Yeah, I won't say where they were located, but I will say this. Yes, we had several cameras that we took and gave. That's part of the story was the sheriff's holding back from the FBI or block. That's furthest from the truth. I don't know where that comes from. We came in that morning on Sunday or Monday morning, I guess it is now, took our evidence. My team says we're going to send ours to the lab. It's a lab we use. They're in Florida now. I think years ago they may have been in Arizona. I don't know. They put in a bid every year or every couple of years, and they win it. They're a good lab. They've done great work for us, solved cases before. FBI has a great lab. They've solved some cases for us. That wasn't the issue here. The issue was we submitted our evidence from that crime scene to there. We also had some hard evidence, what I consider hard, physical cameras, phones, computers, things like that. And we knew the FBI has the best resources for those items to be analyzed. And that morning, people say, oh, you waited too long to call. We called them that morning, 8 o'clock. They immediately said, Sheriff, whatever you need. And they were attached to it. In fact, you just have to look at the press conferences that day, or I think it was Tuesday, the day after. Who's standing behind me? The FBI.
Right.
The next press conference, FBI. So,
So he's saying he sent some DNA to the place, is what he's saying, right? But where the other contradictions come from, I just really don't know. I don't know why these other sources are saying these things if they're not true.
We have a relationship here with the FBI that is not just vital to the FBI. It's not just vital to my department. It is vital to this community. And that relationship has lasted for 30, 40 years, as far as I know. We've always sent people to work in their building with their agents. They've had people at our place to work with us. To suggest that this sheriff would tell the FBI no on anything, that's crazy.
So these reports that we have gotten that the FBI is frustrated that they feel you're not cooperating are completely false.
I agree. They're completely false. At this local level, I don't know what's going on in Washington. I respect Washington because they have a job to do too. That's my FBI team here locally. That's their boss. And they have right to make decisions as bosses. I have bosses too. That's my community. And so we sit down with their local leadership here, the SAC and the ASAC from Phoenix and Tucson, and we talk about these things. I've spent more time talking to you, probably 10 times more, than talking to the SACs about this DNA going to their lab or our lab. It was nothing more than simply a matter of, I have a lab that has all of our evidence. They have our markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscaper or the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene at a scene we did a search warrant on. All that stuff went to our labs. And so when they bought me the glove that was found some 2 miles away, they said, we'll send it to our lab. I said, well, why do that? Let's just keep it all in one place.
Keep it all in one place. Okay, we should say for our audience that the SAC is the special agent in charge.
So he's saying, the sheriff is saying, no glove from the house, glove found 2 miles away. That's his story. Let's see what else he says.
At the FBI. Getting back to the other Nest cameras, when do you think we might see
So you needed to follow it up, though. So you would say, was that the glove that the FBI was asking for that you didn't send somewhere? What?
I know this is an arduous process. Google helped out with the doorbell cam. When might we see the video from the other cameras?
We looked at it and said, FBI, you guys take this on. Just like the ransom notes, they're great at that. They handle it. They deal with it. They got some of it back. What you saw, that one video, that's key. That front door video was so key to us. We're hopeful that the other cameras can be done the same with, but we've not heard. We know they were submitted, I think, to Google, and Google said, we'll try our best, but we've not heard back.
A neighbor, you put out an alert yesterday asking people to recheck all their security cameras, even their car cameras, because Teslas, for example, have recordings. You asked everybody to check from January 1st until February 2nd, which is a massive time frame. There has been video that has emerged from January 23rd, and this is from a home about 6 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. It shows a man on the front step at about 5 a.m. Are you investigating this? And do you know whether it's related?
So we have, like you suggest, a lot of video to go through. And this is one of them that we were alerted to, and we're looking at it.
What is this guy? Some sort of porch pirate here?
The team, my team, the FBI team, those men and women who do the work, they take this as it is nothing more than a lead, just like other leads. And they're taking it and they'll do it.
And this is the third video, right? This video hasn't been discredited yet. This guy hasn't been found or cleared yet. The second video was the guy double backpack guy. That video is irrelevant. This one, though, I don't think there's been a conclusion. But here's the problem law enforcement's running into. They're getting thousands of videos probably. So they're deciphering through all this. And again, they're going to be overly cautious, right? Anything they could possibly think might be a thing, they're going to look into it. Because they're not going to want to discard it. They're not going to want to discard something that could lead to something.
Everything they can to work with it and see, does it tie into ours? Right now, the belief is Not really, but we're not dismissing it. We're still looking into it.
And you also asked for a specific date. I believe it was January 11th for neighbors to search. Why that date?
Well, you know, I'm not real sure about all that with dates. I know we think of a search pattern. We come in and we fly over, we have ground troops, we do a search pattern. We come back the next day and we look at it, did we miss anything? And we kind of go over it again. And once we feel good about that, we expand that search pattern. The same with dates, timeframes. Did we limit ourselves when we said, we want to know what happened between the 1st of February and the 2nd of February, or the 31st of January and the 1st of February? Maybe, but we know that there's more info out there, so we're expanding it. Is January 11th a specific date with specific ties to it? I don't know that. I allow my team to work, and they trust me. They do tremendous work, and we support this.
Are you still treating this case as a kidnapping, or are you also treating this as a possible homicide?
So, yes, it's definitely a kidnapping. As for a homicide, we are working under the belief that she's still out there somewhere. The family believes that. I believe that. Why would we think otherwise? There's people say, well, there's no proof of life. Well, there's no proof of death either. Sometimes hope is all we've got. I've got a team of 400 officers out there from the state, the feds, the locals. They're working hard, not just for 8 to...
So just so people know, if you come in and the first thing you do is insult me and then go tell people to watch something else, you will be instantly banned.
They're 24/7.
Yeah.
And they're out there right now as we speak. And they need to have that hope too. And they do.
In cases like this, it is standard protocol. Investigators first start with the small circle of immediate family and very close friends and eliminate them and then work their way out. Have you completely eliminated any member of the Guthrie family?
I will say this. I don't believe you eliminate anybody ever, because take the gentleman in Rio Rico where we went and did a search warrant.
Right.
We talked to him. We felt comfortable with what he said. We checked into his story and we felt like, okay, maybe there's not, but you don't know that, because what if the stuff we sent to the lab comes back and says, hey, you have Nancy's DNA here. So you can't really ever eliminate anybody. What we do is we chase that lead down to an end and go, is this it? Are we satisfied? As for the family, and this is really key to me, and the media and those on social media need to understand this. You don't know the harm you do when you accuse somebody of something without any facts. And this family is suffering. They are grieving. And they have done nothing but cooperate with us all the way, every step of the way. My heart goes out to them. Have they been eliminated? Like I say, nobody's ever eliminated until we find who we're looking for. That video, someone knows who that is. That's who we need. We need somebody to tell us.
So some of this could be just the friction between law enforcement's goals and motives, plus some of the other motives that media people have and even streamers have. Sometimes the motivations aren't exactly the same. But this is the steel man, the sheriff here, right? That would be one thing. So he doesn't want to say, it sounds like he's talking about the fact that Tommaso was considered a suspect, right? That's what he's talking about here. He didn't say it, but that's what he's talking about. And what he's implying here is, well, people like Ashley Banfield and her source are not being very, what's the word? They're not doing their due diligence, or they're being a little careless, is basically what he's saying.
This is who this man is.
And very quickly, you brought up the glove that was found about 2 miles away. Do you think that glove was dropped by whoever took Nancy Guthrie?
You know, well, every piece of evidence, just like every clue, is vital. And I would never tell my community, oh, don't bother us with that. Don't bother. But that glove was 2 miles away. So we prioritize it. We look at it. We'd be crazy not to go and pick that up and look at it. But since then, we've had reports of gloves being found 5-10 miles away. we still go out there and grab those, and we look into it, and we prioritize it and prepare it for processing of evidence.
But you haven't discovered whether or not Nancy Guthrie's DNA was on that glove.
The glove was sent for DNA, and that's all I know right
You're
now.
still waiting. I'm sure if her DNA was on that sheriff, you would have been the first person to get that phone call.
I would hope so.
Do you have any doubt you're going to solve this case? Do you have any doubt we're ever going to know what happened?
No, I have complete trust in my team. This is a team of young men and women, and now we have several teams of young men and women who do this every day. I would put their work up against anybody. Their homicide rate solvency is probably closest to 100% of any city this size. We're going to solve this. We're going to find this person, and we're going to find Nancy.
Sheriff Chris Nanos, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
So chat, what do you think about what Sheriff Nanos had to say there?
All the sheriff's the line that stuck with me from the sheriff today was there is no daylight between local law enforcement and the FBI here. Again, there is no daylight between local law enforcement and the FBI here. That's what the sheriff says. And to underscore it, he did all these interviews. And I know that people have been taking the piss out of him online saying, wait, no interviews being granted, no press conferences. And then, oh, here's my interview. I felt the same way. I thought, well, hold on. What is it? You're either doing interviews or you're not doing interviews, or you're selecting, friendlies. I'm not sure that he was selecting friendlies, because Fox News, had that report last night saying that there's this acrimony, and he gave Fox News an interview. He gave Matt Finn the interview. So I don't know. I'm just here to report what I get. So Sheriff put out this statement, and it's far-reaching. I want to read it for you because there's things in it that weren't in some of the reporting. So I want you to have all the info instead of pieces of the info. Okay. Good afternoon, media partners. Investigation. He headlines each segment. So, investigation. The Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI continue to work jointly on this case. Our strong partnership is critical, and we remain fully committed.
I guess this is the statement that they were talking about last night that everyone just forgot about.
To this collaborative investigation. Pretty strong language. To ensure consistency and streamlined testing, evidence requiring forensic analysis is being sent to the same out-of-state lab that has been utilized since the beginning of this case. This decision was discussed with and agreed upon by local FBI leadership. Local field office guys. That's different than the feds up in Washington. So maybe there's some disconnect between the Washington folks and the locals. I don't know. But listen, that's really strident language, strong partnership, fully committed to collaborative investigation, and also.
So here's the other question I would have about it. Are some of those Fox News people that are hearing these things from the people on the ground, is it possible they're exaggerating? Is it possible they're twisting and distorting what it said to get some more ratings and news? Certainly not impossible, right? That's why I talked about the conflicting motives sometimes. A Fox News person, they want ratings, so they might mildly twist and distort something. The same with TMZ, right? They keep on getting all these ransom notes, and it's like, I wouldn't believe a single word of these ransom notes anymore.
Highlighting what he told Elizabeth Vargas, and that is that we started this investigation on Sunday because the locals respond. It's their job. It is the locals' job to respond to local crime and process a scene. And so when they got a missing woman and they've got some evidence, they're going to send it to the place they're used to using and the thing that they're going to get back fastest. So that makes sense that he would then put that in the statement. Let me continue. Evidence. Several gloves have been located during the investigation. The closest gloves were found approximately 2 miles from the home. Reports that a glove was found inside the residence or on the property are inaccurate. All collected evidence has been submitted for laboratory analysis. DNA other than Nancy Guthrie's and those in close contact to her has been collected from the property. Investigators are working to identify who it belongs to. We are not disclosing where that DNA was located. Leads. Next section. Investigators continue to follow up on all leads. The suspect.
And where the DNA was located, outside of the home, inside the home. I mean, I don't know how much it really matters, I guess. Inside the home, I guess, would be more valuable.
Description released by the FBI this week remains a key focus. However, investigators are not ruling out any individuals or possibilities. No suspect vehicles have been identified. Identified. It's a huge word. Identified to us. That doesn't mean that they don't have something on their own radar that they're just not making public. We ask the public to continue submitting actionable tips. All submitted videos are being reviewed. There was a statement that the sheriff made actually last night to Mary Coleman, local affiliate KOLD, when he did his interview with her, as we were all wondering, I thought you weren't doing interviews. Anyway, Mary Coleman did an interview. And at the end of her tweet, she said that the sheriff said they've got some really good leads. That stood out to me. They've got some really good leads. It's promising, right? You just want hope. In a case like this, yeah, it's mystery, yeah, all the rest, but you just want hope. You know, just think again, this is somebody's mother. Just imagine if this was yours. If this was your mother. Hope is all you have to go on. And you just want every scrap of it you can get. So when I see a line like that, we've got really good leads. I seize on those things. I like that. All right, video requests, next section of his statement. The Pima County Sheriff's Department will send an additional message to surveillance camera users in the Guthrie neighborhood via the Neighbors app this afternoon, meaning today. And again, today is February the 13th. Pool service. This is important. One of the really batshit crazy things that happened today was that reporters noticed two pool service trucks driving into the home of Nancy Guthrie, into the driveway. And it's like, dude, hold it. This is a kind of a crime scene still. I mean, still searchers are happening. The tent went up yesterday. Why is the pool guy here? And two vehicles, right? Up went the drones and caught the pool cleaners just doing their job back there. And we all thought, what the actual? And the sheriff heard your concerns. So in the sheriff's statement, mentions pool service. At the request of the Guthrie family, routine pool maintenance was conducted at the residence today. That's all he said. At the request of the Guthrie family. Let's be frank, guys. You can't let the house fall apart. The house still has to be looked after, and you can't let a pool not be looked after, especially in that heat and the rain today, etc. So that's what the sheriff just addressed, that issue. And then this again.
I mean, again, as long as the crime scene's secure and you've gotten every little thing you can possibly get, I think you'll never know if you've truly gotten it all. But there comes a point when you got to just say, okay, we got to live life here and move on.
Again, media briefings. Getting tired of reading this. There are currently no press briefings scheduled. The sheriff has granted a limited number of one-on-one interviews today, I'll say, and will not schedule additional interviews through the weekend. We understand media interest is high. However, due to time constraints, not all requests can be accommodated. We encourage outlets to coordinate with their local affiliates when possible. Look, I get it. We are a pain in the ass. Honest to God. Ask any sheriff's department across the country, any police department across the country, ask the FBI. We are a pain in their ass. Trying to bring the public transparency.
And again, this is what the media is supposed to do, though. And they're supposed to do this in the government and politics as well. The media is supposed to be the watchdog of the politicians. And in this case, local law enforcement. That's their job. That is literally what the media was supposed to do. That is what the founding fathers intended media to be. So when people turn into propaganda or yes men for certain people or yes women, they are not doing what their job was intended to be. Media is doing their job when they're annoying them, honestly. So good work.
You know, that exists and doesn't exist is a hard job, and it takes dogged efforts. When there's a big story like this and the media descends en masse, it's just amplified, and it's hard. It's hard to deal with people like us. And when I say us, you know, we are your gateway to getting whatever information there is about a story like this. And, you know, we're all in this together, right? This isn't us against them. These are our agencies. We pay for them. They're our security agencies. We are hoping that they're taking care of us the best we can. I think everybody's developed quite an affinity for Mrs. Guthrie, whether it's because of the story itself or whether you're a fan of Savannah and you're really moved by the photos of her with her mom. Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be? But we all seem to really care a lot. And I have been in this business a long time, and I see when certain stories like Gabby Petito really gripped people. They care, they're worried for the welfare of the missing person. And so I get it. Okay. So I said DNA is a dirty word. And Matt Murphy, who's got a great book called The Book of Murder, I encourage you to run out and get it because he's a smart guy and he's super analytical. He does not talk out of his ass. Matt Murphy said today in a segment on News Nation that DNA is a dirty word among investigators. And that's because not all DNA comes in the same delivery packet, right? And I don't want to upset you because I'm going to talk very clinically with regard to criminal justice. But if DNA comes from semen, that's a different story. That is a different kind of DNA, right? If DNA comes from blood, that is a different story. That is a different kind of DNA. If there is just DNA, say, on the front entrance of Nancy's floor after you pass the front door, if that's the DNA, well, that's different, okay? Because there's such thing as touch DNA, right? DNA transfers very easily. So we shed skin cells and hair cells and all sorts of stuff all the time. And I'm just going to give you a scenario. I'm going to give you two. We'll start with this one. Delivery guy sweating like hell because it's, Tucson. And he's got a package and he's ringing the doorbell or he drops it on the front doorstep of Nancy Guthrie's home. And she opens the door. Eventually she picks it up or she takes it from him, right? And she throws it on her front hall table or she puts it.
And this is a good point by Ashley. There's different kinds, right? The semen and blood would be probably the best kind of DNA to find. Others, it could be any number of things, right? Anyone that's been to the house, a pizza delivery person, mailmen, FedEx, UPS, Amazon, fill in the blank. We don't know all the people that were there within the last week. Now, maybe that Nest Cam footage can show it if they searched back through, right? Or friends, we don't know.
On the floor, or she puts it on the kitchen table. It is quite possible that his...
Also, 7,000 live viewers here. That's a record for the channel. Thank you very much. Remember to like the video while you're here. Subscribe to the channel. And I go live every night pretty much. And I talk about true crime and current events. And I use my experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, and the fact that I'm on the spectrum, my spectrum superpowers, and I apply it to those things. So thank you very much, everyone, for all of your support. I absolutely appreciate it.
DNA is now in Nancy Guthrie's home. Does that delivery man have any reason to have been inside Nancy Guthrie's home? No, of course not. Does it mean he's been in Nancy Guthrie's home? No. That's why DNA is a dirty word, because things get dirty with DNA and they transfer into places that they might not otherwise have ever been. And here's a better example. And Matt actually brought this example. He said he had a case once, California case. Woman is dead. Fingerprints all over her fridge, right? DNA, fingerprints all over her fridge. We got the guy. And they get the guy. But he's all the way over, I think, on the East Coast. He's a long way away anyway. If I'm getting the story slightly wrong, Matt, I'm sorry. But they figure out that this guy has never been to California. So how are your fingerprints and your DNA on her fridge, sir? And said sir worked in the actual production line of the fridge, in the manufacturing of the fridge. So dude had his hands in the fridge, probably putting it into the box that ended up getting shipped to California. Touch DNA. It can make its way all over the place. And it can be rubbed off on one thing and then from that thing be rubbed off onto something else. So I just caution you about the kind of DNA that was found and the location.
I'll tell you what, that's got to be scary though too. Imagine you're a mailman or a FedEx person and your touch DNA gets swiped up the scene and everyone thinks you're now a suspect. Oh my God, that's got to suck.
The DNA, the sheriff said the location of the DNA. That's critical because the location of the DNA is also important. You get a guy's DNA on her bed sheets different than the front hall floor or table or kitchen table, right? Little harder to have touch DNA rub off. Not impossible. Again, I've taken my FedEx packages upstairs with me and cut them open, thrown the package onto the bed. I'm sure you have too at some point. So just remember that shit can go sideways easily with DNA, But the kind of DNA that doesn't often go sideways is semen, blood. That's the kind of stuff that isn't like came in on a package, you know? Okay. So another Matt Finn story from today that I found very interesting. Matt, you're getting a huge shout out on Drop Dead Serious tonight. He's been doing some really good work, by the way. Fox News has been doing just bananas work, just such good work on this story. But I also know that they've got about 35 people, maybe more at this time, you know, in the Tucson area, helping them to cover this story. They've really descended upon the story. Hence, they're doing really good work. But Matt Finn, one of the correspondents for Fox News, said in one of his tweets today that catching a vehicle on camera, well, there's a scenario in which the Guthrie getaway car may not have been clearly recorded on a traffic camera. And I know what you're saying. That's impossible, right? How is that possible? There's cameras everywhere. In this day and age, there's effing cameras everywhere, right? Like, there's like flock cameras everywhere. Flock cameras seem to get under people's skin. Other people hate them, love them, but flock license plate readers are kind of all over the place. How on earth could this guy have driven? Because you're not carrying Nancy on a bike or on your back out of this very, very dark. You're driving. So how could that car not have been registered somewhere? Okay, well, here's what Matt Finn said. It's very smart reporting, by the way. City of Tucson tells Fox News that it doesn't use traffic cameras to record vehicles. Right? That's important because what they're trying to say here is that our traffic cameras measure dynamics of traffic so that maybe the signals can change quicker, right? Have you ever noticed that sometimes your light's really long? Well, there's vehicle surveillance that can assess that, hey, this traffic's very heavy going this way, so let's shorten up those red lights and get this traffic flowing faster. And that's effectively what Matt was saying the city of Tucson said about using traffic cameras to record vehicles, to assess the live patterns. Sure. Pima County says that it does have cameras that record, but that they're not perfect, that they are imperfect and may not catch license plates. That's a piss off because why bother? Why are you recording the vehicles? I mean, okay, maybe we'll have remember the white Elantra? We didn't have a plate on that either, but we had a white Elantra. So maybe it won't catch a plate, but it might catch a car. Nearby Oracle Road, a lot of people have made hay about Oracle Road, which partially connects Nancy's neighborhood to Annie's neighborhood, her daughter. That is a state route.
Oh, see here. Thank you very much for this, Beth, for the super sticker. I really appreciate you. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel. Thank you so much.
But Arizona DOT, Arizona Department of Transportation, says it has cameras, but they also don't record. Again, I guess that is for traffic flow, for assessing the traffic flow. But there was this...
And that's the other question I would have. I'd still want to know if NASA or someone from these satellites can zoom in on things. That's one thing I'd be asking. How much can those cameras zoom in, the satellites from there, especially since it's a dark area? I mean, maybe that would help. I don't know.
Commenter on Twitter today that I found interesting. I can't back it up because I don't know this person. I looked at their bio and it didn't look like they had, anything that indicated they would know a lot about this, but they did say that regarding flock license plate readers, Tucson has about 175 of them, including several on North Oracle Road. I can't tell you that that's true, but I was interested just to hear that because another commenter said that local politics in Tucson has affected traffic cams, that traffic cams used to mail out tickets to people, but that,
I'm just saying, in this day and age, with the level of technology they have, I don't know how powerful they can be. I would say it's worth a shot to ask. You might be able to zoom in and see.
There was a lot of backlash and there was a local ballot measure that repealed that. So that's interesting. And then going a little further.
Let's see here. Thank you very much for this, Brian. Jared, how you holding up? I'm living the dream, man. But it's Jared. But thank you very much for the super chat, Brian. I appreciate you.
One of the commenters said, take a look at this website, deflocktucson.com. So I went to the website, deflocktucson.com. And it isn't.
So if I'm a camera and I'm looking from a satellite or something, I want to see if someone leaves the place in a car. you might be able to see headlights and a car moving down the street, right? Or maybe you wouldn't see that because they went out the back door. I don't know. But the blood in the front step means to me they came out the front door. And what are they coming out the front door to? Probably a car, right? So that's what I would be looking for.
Anti-surveillance group that was started just this past September 2025 at the University of Arizona. They are just anti-surveillance. They don't like the Big Brother. A lot of people don't like the Big Brother neighborhoods. They don't like to be under surveillance without people being able to be aware of that. They think if you're going to be under surveillance, there should at least be signs saying you are under surveillance, so you don't feel like you're, again, just under Big Brother's watch. So deflocktucson.com suggests to me that there is a lot of flock activity in the Tucson area. Why you can't get a read on someone coming out of a neighborhood that's got like one in, one out, one ingress, one egress, I don't know. Okay, Sheriff Chris Navis, I'm jumping around a little bit because I collected a lot of information throughout.
And do we know for a fact no satellites record anything ever? I wouldn't know. I just think it's worth a shot. And especially the cameras from other homes too, the Ring cameras, the Nest cameras. One of them, that would be even more ideal, right? And that's what apparently law enforcement and the FBI was going around asking people for.
The day, and it may not be in perfect order, but Sheriff Nanos told News 4 Tucson that the Florida lab is analyzing samples that were given voluntarily and those from the crime scene pro bono. You know what that means? Free. But the Reuters report said that he spent $200,000 on the DNA tests. Now, I can't make hay of that. All I can say is that News 4 Tucson got the comment that there was pro bono work, and Reuters got comment that both things can be true. Maybe there's some pro bono work going on, and maybe there's also a $200,000 bill for additional work. I think there's a shit ton of testing that's going to go on with this case. A lot. So, and $200,000, by the way, is not a lot. DNA testing is not cheap. It's not quick. And there's a lot of it that's needed. And so if you have, kind of like if you want to get your order faster from Amazon, you pay a premium. It may be a lot of that as well. So interesting just to see that reporting. And thank you, News 4 Tucson, for getting that. Very interesting. Okay, so now let's go. I feel like my chain gets yanked, and I think you do too, all day. One moment you're seeing something on Twitter, and then it's making the cable news outlets. And you're like, oh my God, this is related. And there's this guy 6 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. And he's seen on the front porch of someone else's home. Again, 6 miles away. He's seen at 3:30 in the morning, and he's seen at 5 in the morning on January 23rd. This was posted on a neighborhood app. Okay. A lot of people were showing this guy his face. They weren't digitizing his face. They were spreading all over social media. And I'm digitizing it because there's resolution on this. First of all, I saw what he looked like, and it did look like he could be the guy in the mask. I mean, he's got a goatee, right? He's got that, and he's got the build, and he's got dark hair, the eyebrows. But apart from that, anybody could be in that fucking mask. The mask covers everything. So there's like an artist who drew up this is what I think the guy looks like based on, his eyes and his mouth. But I had to guess that everything else that was covered up. I'm like, really? Really? So, anyway, the sheriff.
And again, I'm not saying the satellite images are going to be a guarantee. I'm just saying it's worth a shot to ask. The worst they can say is no. The best that can happen is you get some good leads out of it, and you might get some information you don't already have.
Actually was clear on this, on Elizabeth Vargas. He was very clear. I'm going to reread for you exactly the words that the sheriff used about this guy, because huge clue in something that just kind of went by very quickly. I'm going to read his exact words about that video in just a moment. But first, again, huge thank you. Thank you to you for supporting my channel. Click subscribe if you would. I would so appreciate it. Thank you. It's very easy. Apparently you just push a button. That's what I'm told. Huh. Also, big thank you to Morgan & Morgan for being a sponsor, because they make this possible. And I don't think I have to tell you, having a good lawyer, super important in life. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. They've got over 1,000 lawyers. Holy Dinah. They've recovered over 25 billion. or she, whoever it is associated with this crime or not, whether they're just parasites trying to, extort a family in the worst moment of their lives. So the third note is now a person who has said that they're upping their price. 1 Bitcoin was what they said in the first note. Second note was, I'm not being taken seriously. And now the third note is, I'm now upping my price to $100,000 instead of the 1 Bitcoin, which is $67,000. So this is the third note in a series of 3, but don't forget, TMZ also received a 4th communique, an alleged ransom note that asked for $4 million on a Thursday. And if that deadline wasn't met, $6 million on a Monday. TMZ has said that they check the Bitcoin account on that, by the way, every day, and that there's been absolutely no movement, no money, nothing. But they
Before, people were trying to tell me there was activity on that Bitcoin account, and some people were saying $300, but then that kind of that died, and then I heard nothing else about it. And to be fair, I haven't heard any sources say $300. Random people were saying that number.
received this series of 3 notes over the last couple of days, and the third one came today from the same person, and they know it's the same person because they include the same details that TMZ has not released to the public. So they know it's the same person. They've used an email address and a name, and apparently the email address and name are different every time. And they've upped the price again to $100,000 for information. They said they know who has Nancy, and they know the condition of Nancy. That's something else that they said. And they said this quote, this is important. I was listening to Charles Adebodier on this. He said, he's the second in command at TMZ. He said, when he gets the initial payment, he will give up the name of the main individual. It's interesting wording. When he gets the initial payment, he will give up the name of the main individual. Does that mean
main individual? To me, it would sound like there's a group of people involved. If you can even believe this ransom note anyway, I think it could be people just trying to exploit the situation for their own personal gain.
There's more than one individual, and you're just going to give up the main one? So there's a conspiracy, or is this all bullshit? Anyway, the price has gone up to $100,000, and apparently this guy doesn't like police, says he's too scared. He's got a whole litany of reasons why he won't go to the police with this and wants to go to TMZ with it. Okay, another piece of information that came out today that was interesting. Brian Enton had an interview with
and that's shady as can be, honestly. Anyone that's going to go to TMZ with important information, that's shady from the get. The only thing I could think of with that is, if you're truly a criminal, you think sending it to TMZ might be safer in a way, because maybe the FBI or whomever might be able to catch you if you send it to them. Maybe.
Former Pima County undersheriff named Rick Castigar. He didn't have a lot of good things to say about Sheriff Chris Nanos. Here's the quote. Nanos has an exorbitant ego. In one case, he told the FBI that he's the better investigator and doesn't need their help. Take a look at this interview. And, I have heard there's a lot of politics that are playing out among the Pima County Sheriff's Office folks, prior and current. There's a lot of ugliness going on. So there you have it. There's a guy who's not fond of Sheriff Nanos. Something I saw on a Twitter account called Nerdy. I actually see him every day. It was a photo, but I have.
Looks like they skipped it. Did she talk about that interview that Brian did with Castigar? But then she didn't play it.
I haven't been able to find out where the photo comes from. And it's a photo.
And we did play that earlier, by the way.
Photo of Nancy's front door since the white tent went up yesterday. And he pointed out that the Nest bracket mount, what was left behind after the camera was removed. The language has been different, right? My source said it was smashed. The sheriff has said it was tampered with and disconnected. But in any case, that Nest bracket mount is gone in this photo. So I'm trying to find some other reporting that shows that. That's the only photo I could see today of Nancy's door, but this was after the white tent was erected and then removed. And they've taken that bracket mount off of Nancy's front door. Okay, now to the moment you've been waiting for, I hope anyway. This guy, Derek Kayaya, I don't know how he pronounces it, 42 years old, makes a court appearance. I guess he had to come from California all the way to Tucson for a federal court appearance, but there's video of him leaving court, and the reporting is he was let out on a $20,000 bond with an.
That's what I was going to ask. If it's the person that let out on a $20,000 bond, they probably only needed to pay $2,000 of that, 10%. So this guy's a dope.
Ankle bracelet. I don't have that report on my own. I do have this, though, from the U.S. Attorney's Office of the District of Arizona. California man charged with transmitting a demand for ransom made an initial appearance today in federal court in Tucson. That is the U.S. Attorney Timothy Corshane. Derek Callela, I don't know, of Hawthorne, California, is charged with transmitting a demand for ransom in interstate commerce and without disclosing his identity, utilizing a telecommunications device with intent to abuse, threaten, or harass a person. According to the criminal complaint, Callela is alleged to have sent the demands via 2 text messages to a missing person's family on February 4th, 2026. He's also alleged to have made a 9-second phone call to a family member. Through the course of the investigation, it was found that Callela was acting as an imposter, trying to take advantage of the ongoing situation. The U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI will continue to hold this defendant accountable and any other individuals who seek to interfere with federal investigations or profit from the victim family's grief. A criminal complaint is simply a method by which a person is charged with criminal activity and raises no inference of guilt. Any individual is presumed innocent until evidence is presented to a jury that establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Case number 26.
I mean, the forensic trucks at the scene part, that's what really fooled me. I kind of thought there were so many of them, there might be something big going on there. At first, I thought, oh, they're just trying to use it just to say they're using it. But then as time went on, more and more people talk about it, more and more cars, more and more forensics, more and more medical examiners. I'm like, oh, they might have found something there. But then there really wasn't. So reminder, please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
04209MJ. Derek, if you did this, you're going to the pokey. And, you'll have your day. Either you'll have a day before a jury or you will be making a deal, some kind of deal. I don't know what your background is like, but it better be squeaky clean if you want a good deal. I also just wanted to do something that Lindsay Haller, who's the producer of this podcast, looked at the different balaclavas and ski masks that were available at Walmart because the backpack is available at Walmart. And I just wanted to show you some of the balaclavas that are for sale through Walmart. Not a lot of them have the eye hole and the mouth hole, right? There's a lot of balaclavas that have just the eyes across, a lot of ski masks. And let me tell you, I live in the Northeast. These things are a dime a dozen, especially in Vermont when I'm up there skiing. I mean, everybody's got one of those, right? I would say in Tucson, not many people have them. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. Who buys a ski mask or a balaclava in Tucson? I get it. Some people ski.
I mean, that's not really an argument, though. People can have these from anywhere. People can do it for this very purpose, right?
I get it. Not many people, right? Fewer people in Tucson than, say, Vermont. Yeah. So I kind of feel like the backpack, while it could be pretty popular, I don't think that ski mask balaclava is so popular. And what if that balaclava was purchased alongside any of the other items that are seen on this video, right? Cluster purchasing. I've seen it happen before. Idiots, Brian Walsh bought all of his stuff together, for chopping up and disposing of his wife, Anna Walsh. But people do that. They buy.
And I guess a smart criminal, what would they do? They would watch true crime so they would know the mistakes to not make, right?
All of their preparatory material in one fell swoop or in one or two fell swoops. That balaclava to me is going to be the end of this guy. And I just wanted you to see a couple of examples of the balaclavas that are for sale. When you see it in night vision, you can see the texture of it, right? My feeling is that it's black because it shows up lighter. Black shows up lighter in the night vision. And you can really see the texture and you can really see the seams around the eyes. It's just fascinating to get a look at them as potential purchases. And there's not that many of them, right? Yeah, they're kind of dime a dozen, but again, in Tucson, I don't know. So another thing I wanted to talk to you about tonight was the foliage. I have been going back and forth on this a lot. And if you go over the video,
The foliage, she said. So we have a new expression in the chat. Follow the foliage. It's like reading the tea leaves and following the clues.
With me, when this perpetrator puts his hand over the camera, I see him clench his hand slightly, and I'm wondering if he's trying to pull it off, but he realizes he cannot get his hand in between the bracket and the camera. There's just a couple millimeters between these Nest cameras. It's hard to get a key in between. That's how narrow it is. So you're not going to get your fingers in between if you want to yank it off. So I'm sensing that he was maybe putting his hand on it, seeing if he could pull it off, and realized, oh, I can't. And he turns around, looks down. I think he's got the mouth light because it seems to illuminate the ground in the vestibule area, sees there's nothing there, goes out to the foliage, and then he pulls up on that foliage, right? A lot of people have said he was trying to cover up the camera, but I don't know that that's true, because he holds the foliage in his fist quite tightly. One commenter said that it looked like he was testing the strength of it at the foliage. I'm not sure of that, but when he comes back to the camera, he's still got it clenched in his fist.
Over under, how many more times will Ashley Banfield say foliage? More or less than 3.5 times.
And so if you're trying to cover the camera, I'm not so sure that you'd have it clenched in your fist, as if you'd maybe try to manipulate it with both hands to cover the camera, but he's got it clenched in his fist. And I actually, as I look at it over and over, I feel like he may actually have it clenched in 2 hands, and he's like wedging this vine in between the camera and the mount, and maybe he's trying to pull it. And that's what's got the foliage mucking about on the front of the lens, but that he might actually be trying to use the vine to tug the camera off. It stops before we know if he was successful. And if my source, who's been right on a lot of stuff, is right about the cameras being smashed, maybe the vine and all the debris that's down below didn't do the trick, and eventually it was just smashed off the mount, because Michael Ruiz of Fox News found glass fragments, little small glass fragments, in Nancy's vestibule area below that camera. But it is interesting, just the possibility that maybe that's what was happening, which leads me to one other thing. And my husband and I have disagreed about this a lot. How was Nancy's blood in that front area? It looks impossible to get in through that front door. And my source said that the back door was wide open. Is it possible that when your Ring cam is disturbed by activity, some people have alerts that go off, right? And they're noisy. And it's 1:47 in the morning, perhaps, or 2:12, whatever time it is. Is it possible that Nancy was asleep and the alert went off on her phone? Activity at your front door. There's motion at your front door. And that she's, rested out of a deep sleep and gets her phone to see what's going on, and looks at it at the exact moment that foliage is dangling in front of the camera. And she's wondering, what is that? Is it an animal? What on earth is happening out there? And puts the phone down before you get a clear look at the man's face. And that might have taken her to the front door to open the door and wonder if it's an animal or something on her camera. It's hard to imagine that you would do that. But is it a possibility? And of course, as you're opening the door, if the perp is there, might he have pasted himself up against the wall and waited for her to come out, and then injured her as she came out to look at her, to look at her camera? It's just something I was noodling the other day I'm still confounded by how there's blood inside the house and outside the house, the front door, and down the pathway. And of course, we don't know what happened to Nancy. We don't know. We don't know if she was taken out on foot, if she was carried out. We don't know if she was injured. Well, we know she was bleeding. We don't know if she was incapacitated. We don't know if she was killed. But all of these scenarios, I'm sure, sheriff's deputies, detectives, FBI, homicide division was there. I'm sure they are going over every scenario, as well as, FBI agents who've done this for a very long time. And mark my words, they've got a lot more evidence to go on than we do. Are they getting there? Let's hope so. Thank you so much for being with me through this podcast. I so appreciate your I so appreciate your dedication. I love that you're here, and I love that we're in this community. Join as a member. Would love to have you as a member as well. And don't forget, subscribe. I always have to say that, subscribe. It's just a button. It's free, and nothing happens, and it doesn't affect you in any other way other than you will get my updates. Thank you, everyone. I so appreciate you watching and listening. And remember, the truth isn't just serious. It's drop dead serious.
Oh, wow. So for those
Friday
who... this is the video I was going to watch anyway. What a coincidence.
night, a glimmer of hope that the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie was at a turning point, a dramatic traffic stop, and a home raided by...
Thank you very much, Dara, for the super sticker. I really appreciate your support. If you're here, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Likes are free, so are subscriptions. And the Nest camera didn't have a subscription, but they were able to crack it. I think they sent it to whatever company they needed to send it to. And that's how they got that footage of the foliage grabber there. That's what we endearingly call him. Although I shouldn't say endearingly.
SWAT team members. Another man detained and released. No arrests, according to the sheriff. So what happens now as concern grows about whether the person seen on Nancy's front steps on February 1st will ever be found, and Nancy will ever be brought home? We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. "14 days later, and we still don't know where Nancy Guthrie is or who took her in the middle of the night from her home back on February 1st. Now, there was a lot of activity that we need to talk about that happened last night, specifically.
So basically, we're at 2 weeks here, February 1st, and today's, well, it's now February 15th. So 14 days. And as far as I know, they just seem like they have no idea right now. She could be anywhere. They do not know.
At a home 2 miles, roughly, from Nancy Guthrie's house. Also, there was a dramatic traffic stop that was allegedly related to the search for Nancy Guthrie. And these are pictures of investigators, FBI, and sheriff's deputies going through a vehicle that they pulled over in a traffic stop. The car was pulled over at a Culver's fast food restaurant. It's unclear why that vehicle was targeted. Now, the other activity with law enforcement happened at a home. The New York Times says the home, again, about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house, it's in what's considered an upscale neighborhood, according to the New York Times. A woman lives there with her adult son. And this is according to a neighbor who spoke to the outlet. Now, the woman reportedly declined to comment to the media outlet. The Pima County Sheriff says that the reason that the SWAT team went to that home was because of a tip they received, and it was a federal court-ordered search warrant that was executed at that house. According to the sheriff, one man was detained and questioned, then released. No one was arrested.
So the big news about that would be, what did they say to the federal judge to sign off on it? Oh, this is what? Something, a lead from like an image, a lead from one of those Nest cams, a lead from a phone. What was it a lead from? That's the part I'd be interested in. But of course, we don't know that. We don't know the answer to that question.
Now, it is unclear what the FBI took from the home, and it is possible that they are still following leads based on what took place and what they found inside the house. It's important to remember that with a search warrant, you have to provide evidence to a judge who looks and says, okay, this is something where I believe you can go into someone's house and take property out of it. So you look at that and you have to believe that law enforcement had at least something that pointed them in the direction of this house. But remember, earlier in the week, they did a raid at a home near the U.S.-Mexico border, about an hour from Tucson. You remember that man, Carlos, a DoorDash delivery driver. He's pulled over, he's detained, and he's questioned, but then he's released by law enforcement. And according to the sheriff of Pima County.
So we're listening to Law and Crime Network. This guy's name is Chris Stewart, and I really like him. I think he does a good job.
Carlos's alibi seems to check out, so it doesn't seem like he was involved in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Now, Friday night's raid happened hours after a major piece of information was confirmed by the Pima County Sheriff. that DNA, other than Nancy Guthrie's, was found inside the home. Now, it's unclear if that DNA belongs to the masked man seen outside of her home around the time that she was kidnapped. And it's important to remember that it very well could just be the DNA of someone who was inside her house, maybe a friend, maybe someone who worked at the home to help her. We know that hired help like gardeners have been asked to provide DNA samples. Now, speaking of Nancy Guthrie's house, we have to talk about a very bizarre scene that played out yesterday at her home. This is on Friday, and this is a picture of a pool cleaning company that came to Nancy Guthrie's house and cleaned the pool in her backyard. Now, this raised some questions, raised some eyebrows, considering Nancy Guthrie's house is a crime scene. The Pima County Sheriff said that the Guthrie family requested someone come and service the pool. Now, in an interview with Fox News, the sheriff addressed reports that a member of the Guthrie family may be a suspect in the case. We have heard that from the early days of this investigation. And the sheriff appeared to brush that off to an extent, saying that the Guthrie family has been 100% cooperative. They've done everything that law enforcement has asked them. But then when he was asked if any members of the Guthrie family have been ruled out as a suspect in the case, he said no one has been ruled out. The Pima County Sheriff's Department has also put out statements saying that they don't have suspects or persons of interest in this case. Now, this does appear to be a major lead in the case. I want to show you this here. This, according to the FBI, is the type of backpack that the person spotted outside of Nancy's home, tampering with her front door camera, was wearing in those images. Now, the backpack, it is a 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack backpack. And very interesting, the only place that you can get it is Walmart. That's it. Now, it's not some small sporting goods store, but it is something.
So you'd have to track down all the Walmarts, right? And I do think the person at the front door isn't someone they know. I think that person was hired out. That would be my guess.
And you have to believe that law enforcement is talking to Walmart and getting records and going through who bought that backpack, maybe in recent weeks or recent months, if there's anything there that could help lead them to that person we see in the images released by the FBI. Now, it could be huge in finding that person we see on the surveillance video on the front porch. And when you look at that video of the person in the mask and you see that backpack, you notice that the backpack.
And that's why there's an expression, they say it in The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. The person who calls the detective is always on the suspect list.
Is full. It's unclear what they have inside of it. Now, along with the images of the backpack, the FBI also put out a description of this person. They say the suspect is a male, standing around 5'9" or 5'10" with an average build. May not sound like a lot, but when you think of that height, you can rule out a lot of people. Now, the FBI also doubled the amount of money it's offering as a reward for information that would help find Nancy Guthrie and the person or people who took her. So that reward from the FBI is now at $100,000. Law enforcement confirmed to media that a pair of gloves was also found during an extensive search of Nancy's neighborhood. It's unclear if they are connected to Nancy's case. The Pima County Sheriff told KVOA TV that, quote, quite a number of gloves have been found in their search efforts, and some of them are as far away as 10 minutes to the east and 10 minutes to the west. It is unclear if any of those things.
And let's keep it real. Most of those gloves probably have, or almost all of them probably have nothing to do with the case. They're just trying to leave no stones unturned, honestly. Now, if there was a glove found in Nancy's home, that's a totally different story. The sheriff disputes that, though. But there was other DNA found in the home. But what kind of DNA was it, as Ashley Banfield was talking about? There's different kinds, right? Blood, semen, much more valuable than other kinds. Probably hair is probably a good one, too.
Could help find Nancy Guthrie. Now, the Pima County Sheriff, in his interview with Fox News, also said that they did not find a...
Also, 8,000 live viewers. This is another record. So thank you so much to everyone out there. Please remember to like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I talk about true crime and current events almost every night. And I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to clarify and give my thoughts on those topics. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep here too. That's why I call myself the shepherd of black sheep. So thank you again for all your support.
Love inside Nancy Guthrie's house or on her property specifically. It's unclear what other pieces of video law enforcement have in this case. You know, if it's more than just what we've seen, that we know the FBI had to go and dig very deep, they say, into the servers for the Nest camera to pull out images that they didn't think existed until just a couple of days ago, showing that man on the front steps. Again, it's unclear what other pieces of information they have, the video that they potentially could release to the public, but we do know that they are asking the public for more video, specifically people with home surveillance cameras, just like Nancy Guthrie apparently had. Thursday afternoon, the sheriff put this call out saying that they want video from January 1st to February 2nd, 2026 of a 2-mile radius of this part of town. This is near East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue, and they want anything that shows vehicles, traffic, pedestrians, or suspicious activity. Now, Nancy's home is about a 4-minute drive south of that intersection, and law enforcement say they are reaching out to people on the Neighbors app. So anybody watching, if you get a request from law enforcement for video, if you're joining us from Pima County, Arizona, the official request will have...
Oh, we got a super chat here. Thank you very much. Oh, not that. Too many comments here. Thank you very much for this, Cherie. I appreciate your support. Super chats and super stickers are great ways to support the channel. Thank you very much.
Like a blue check mark on it. Now, law enforcement also put a link out on X for people to submit videos as evidence. Previously, law enforcement did say they were looking for video at specific times that I want to talk about again, because KVOA TV said that people in the Catalina Foothills area of Tucson, that's where Nancy lives, were asked for surveillance camera footage for very specific times, like January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight. That's roughly 22 days before Nancy was taken. Then they also want footage from the morning of January 31st. That's the day before Nancy was taken, between 9:30 in the morning and 11 a.m. And KVOA says that's because there is a suspicious vehicle on a street at around 10 o'clock in the morning nearby. So with that said, I want to show you the missing persons poster that's now out by the FBI. And again, the reward at $100,000 for information to find her or the people who may have taken her. And if you have any information on Nancy Guthrie, contact the Pima County Sheriff's Department, 520-351-4900 for the FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or tips.fbi.gov. Joining us now to talk about the latest on this case is retired NYPD Detective Tom Smith, co-host of the Gold Shield Show. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Last night, we're following along once again as a SWAT team moves in. You have 2 different locations. You have this traffic stop, and then you have a raid of a house. And from the outside, it feels like, okay, here we go. This is, it's heading in the right direction. And now we're finding out that both people who are detained have been released. What do you make of that development?
Well, let's back up a little bit with what happened before that. They had to have enough evidence to go in front of a judge and get a warrant. So in order to get the warrant, you got to show the probable cause of that warrant, not just where you want it, but you have to get into specifics about what you're looking for and where in that house you're going to search. You can't just blankly get I want a search warrant for this house. So they would have had to have laid this case out to a judge about what they have. And none of this, obviously, we know.
And again, I imagine, though, they can also be pretty lenient with it. They could be something that are just vaguely connected. Hey, we're looking for this here because we saw this here. And the federal judge is like, okay, this is a nationwide case here. Here you go. Search the house.
In the public. So the judge was convinced that they had enough to issue this warrant. And then they went and tactically took it down and took the warrant into play and came up with what it was. So where we're at now is, again, every time in this case, Chris, we go kind of 3 or 4 steps forward, we go back 5. And that's just the way the pace of this case has been going. But it's not unusual. Complex cases like this is what happens.
Yeah, and we were talking to a retired homicide detective from Pima County yesterday, and it was about, I just asked about, because I can see frustration from the public, and I know, like, if you're an investigator, like, who cares what the public, someone on the internet and, like, criticism like that, but it's like they keep going back to Nancy's house or Annie's house, and it's like, well, what did you find today that you couldn't have found, like, yesterday? And I know that that's just kind of how this process goes forward. When someone is detained, we'll see someone get arrested and we know that then they're in custody. But then there's also times where it might be a witness or someone who may have some information, and then they're invited down to the police station, and then they can, have an interview with detectives there. How would you?
And again, given the gravity of this case and how popular it is, I think it's pretty close to a rubber stamp that the federal judge is going to give him. They come to him or her with something. It has to be pretty egregious, I think, for him or her to not sign off on it, right? That's just my opinion.
You characterize that?
Well, it all depends on the circumstances. All right. These are very specific circumstances that have to do with the search warrant. So when that was one of the points that came out last night, one of them was handcuffed. People get handcuffed for everyone's safety. That is why they're handcuffed, because the police going in, the agents going in, don't know who these people are. And if it has anything to do related to this crime, the perp who was at that front door did have a firearm on them. So you have to take that all into account. So detaining them means they can't hold them indefinitely, but at that moment, they're not free to leave until questions are answered. Now, if they want a lawyer, fine. That's their absolute right to do so. But they're conducting an investigation, and that at that time are not free to leave. Then process goes on, things get straightened out, questions get answered, and then, everyone's free to go, and we'll be in touch. I guarantee you, as I sit here, they're not alone. All right. There's a couple of cars around that area making sure they don't.
Oh. Let's see. Happy Valentine's Day to you too, Eva. Happy Valentine's Day, Jared in chat. Hope all is perfect, she says. Paw prints and black sheep symbols. I love it. So thank you very much, Eva. There's no place I'd rather be than spending my Valentine's Day with you all.
Don't take off. They don't head to an airport. They don't head for a border, something like that, because they're still on the radar. And there's still questions out there about that warrant last night.
With the detaining as well, like I know you can hold someone for like 24 hours. And in this case, I think they were held for about 12 or less. Do you read into anything that they were let go, where it wasn't like, we're going to hold you up until that exact moment, which would be probably like 3:00 tomorrow morning or something like that, like when they were brought into custody? Do you read into the fact that they were released far before, they could have been released?
No, because what, as a detective who did this, we took people in for questioning all the time. The people who have intimate knowledge of this case and every piece of evidence they have are going to know within a little while whether these people are involved or not, just through questioning, through interviews, through some sort of interrogation.
I don't think we know the people that were detained yesterday. We know there was a mother and a son and another guy from a traffic stop. But according to Brian Etten, they were all detained, questioned, and then released. So that makes me think, wow, a bunch of hubbub for all that activity last night for that. Now, that's not to say it's nothing, but I think you would make an arrest if it's something. That's what my guess would be.
They're going to know whether they're on the right track or not. And if you're on the right track, that time frame extends, obviously. If you know that they're not involved, then you don't really play games with it, trying to come up with different things. But they're going to, I guarantee you they took their time, and the people who have the best knowledge of this case are the ones who are questioning them to make sure all the questions got answered and they're on the right track, or they're not on the right track. And obviously there was enough last night with the interviews that were conducted to let them go at this time.
And when you look at, and I know the gentleman Carlos in Ricos, Arizona earlier, the sheriff said earlier this week that his alibi seems to check out, but it was like cell phone data that had them believing that he was someone that they just wanted to talk to. And then they did a court-ordered search of his home. And then we don't really know the details as of yet officially about what led them to this house about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. And then you have this traffic stop at a Culver's nearby. But just from what you're kind of seeing on the outside, like what seems to be the strategy of how they're identifying people who they want to talk to?
There's probably a number of ways, Chris. You have cell phone data. You have any DNA test they're doing. We don't know the results of the plea to the public of looking at their cameras on their houses for a certain period of time. So, and just the leads that are coming in. I mean, they're up to, I think, 30,000 leads that they have gotten since the video came out. So you have to track them down. And if one comes in that's viable and you know, you go through it and you can collaborate what they're saying on the tip, that's going to lead to maybe another step.
And again, the ones I would be looking for are the Ring or Nest cams from neighbors on the street and say, hey, what was going on at this time of night, 2 a.m. between like 6 a.m., and see what that footage shows. Cars going by, something. I don't know how clear the footage would be, but it's worth a shot.
And another step. So it all has to do with what's being collected and what the investigators know right now. And again, I'm telling you right now, we know maybe 5% of what they know right now.
And that's a good point, especially because, and I can see the exhaustion in the comment section of some of our stories. And then if you search online, if people just wanting an answer to this case, but it is taking time to, you know, definitively figure out what happened. You know, kind of one other kind of anecdotal part of it that stood out to me was in the detaining the other night with the gentleman near the US-Mexico border. Like he talked about whether it was the agents or deputies who were interviewing him, that they had said they think that his eyes look like the person in the surveillance picture. And then his mother-in-law said that when they came into the home with the search warrant, they showed the surveillance pictures and said, is this your son-in-law? And it's like, when I heard that, like I was worried where it felt like they really thought they had the guy and they didn't, according to the sheriff. Is there any concern that might have been the path that they were taking? But then really at the end of the day, like now they're kind of, okay, this guy wasn't it. Now we have to start back at square one and figure out who else might have been in the area that night.
Oh, sure. You know, I hope, you know, I'm gonna take a leap in doing this for over 30 years that they didn't just go on what the eyes look like. All right. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there was a lot more to it than just his eyes. They might have said that to him or his family, but you're not going to a judge to get a warrant and saying, well, his eyes match. You know, so there was much more to do with that. But the thing about this, Chris, is you have, and let me just try to explain how it works. So when you have this complex of a case, you have certain groups and certain teams that are tasked to do certain things. LPR readers, surveillance cameras, you know, background checks of people in the area, criminal histories of people. You have different teams who are tasked to do stuff. So even when this happens, and a takedown of this magnitude took place last night, all those other groups are still working and they're still coming up with other things that might lead them to the conclusion of this case. So just because an operation like last night takes place, everything doesn't shut down. Everything's still going on. So as much as last night we all thought looked good, there's still leads that are being followed up.
And there's so many cases where even with, you know, statements that are made by law enforcement to the public, like they
have thousands of leads to sift through now. I mean, it's got to be a lot to go through.
Could be working something else behind the scenes entirely. I keep thinking back to Brian Kohberger and it was, hey, we don't have a suspect and everybody's piling on law enforcement in Idaho, but they very much did. They were just kind of building their case as it goes. Clearly in that situation, though, you're dealing with what we knew at that time was a murder. In this case, it's still trying to figure out where Nancy Guthrie actually is. On some of the public statements part of it, and this is, you know, maybe it's something that's playing out on the sideline, but it's everybody trying to read into the sheriff and what he's saying. And he was giving news conferences, but now he's not. But then he's giving some statements in interviews. And you see the public frustration from that. Like really at the end of the day, and I'm all for, you know, getting as much information as we can in the media, but how much does like the public side of it and how much they know? And I know that there's a ton of speculation and this is very unique that way. How much does that actually impact the people who are working on this case?
Well, you try not to listen to what's going on outside of those teams because then you just get distracted and you can start going down a path that isn't a lead and doesn't mean much, but you're taking up the resources.
And of course, right, law enforcement and the FBI, they're not going to tell everyone everything. They probably put them on a need-to-know basis, right? They probably think the media and others is just a nuisance. So again, they could be telling lies of omission constantly. We don't know. We don't know the information they're privy to. We only know what people's sources tell them and what people like the sheriff and the FBI tell us. That's all we know. But I'm sure there's tons of things we don't know.
To do that. Do I agree with not completely freezing out everyone? No. I think there's a certain level that you need to keep everyone just informed, not specifics, not to jeopardize the integrity of the case, but just keep them informed because, like I've said numerous times, Chris.
So again, that was part of the misinformation. So Dolly did say someone ended their own life last night. But what happened was not quite that. What happened was there was a hit and run where a car hit a pedestrian. And chances are that's what Dolly saw. That's what Dolly saw. And he posted a link to that happening, hit and run accident. But for some reason, he said someone ended their own life and he saw it. And then people ran with that. Or they said he saw the body. And people ran with that and said all sorts of things that were just not true. People said, oh, the SWAT team raided and a guy ran out of the house and then he ended his own life. And that's totally different, right?
When you completely freeze everybody out is when conspiracy theories start and rumors start and people's imaginations just go off on a tangent. And that's what gets distracting because then those people who are thinking just the weirdest and wildest things, they're the ones making calls into that tip line, taking time out of investigators to work real leads and leads that are viable, not just someone's imagination because they haven't heard from the sheriff or the FBI in a couple of days.
Yeah, because it's and we're starting to see that. I mean, you just search online and you're like, and you're trying to follow down every lead, even on our end, trying to figure out what might actually be a legitimate thing to follow. And so much of it is just not true. And we'll see how the rest of this case plays.
A lot of people in his stream seem to think he said that. So why would they think that?
Plays out. I haven't had a chance to ask you just about the surveillance video that came in. And when you see this person in their mask, they have that backpack, we believe we know the brand and that it's something that was sold at Walmart. Like, what stood out to you the first time you saw that video?
The first time I saw it, and I watched it, I remember when I finally got it and watched it about 5, 6, 7 times and kept coming up with the same conclusion. He's not a master criminal. He's an amateur about what he's doing. And I still, to this day, I've said it over and over again in the beginning of this case, I don't think the target of this was a kidnapping. I think that was a secondary thought. He doesn't act like he's in any rush. It's oh my God, I got to get in this house before the person in the house sees me. He doesn't have that kind of demeanor while he's walking around the house. And so to me, I don't even think he knew someone was home. He might have been watching the house earlier and seen Nancy leave, but then had no idea she came back. He doesn't seem like he's in a rush to do anything. If someone's in a house and they're your target to get, of a kidnapping, you're in a rush. You got to get in and out, get it, grab it in the car and away, not just walk in and trying to cover a camera.
So this post exactly what he said. I want to hear it now.
And all that was very weird to me. And like I said, I still think the kidnapping was not the initial plan, but a secondary crime.
Yeah, because I felt like watching it, it's like, on one hand, he had no idea that the camera was there until he saw it, but it didn't faze him, which that was kind of chilling. Where, I mean, you often see with people who are trying to break into homes and some of these Ring doorbell cameras, they book the second that they think that they're actually on camera. And this person wasn't fazed by it at all. The backpack, knowing the brand of it, knowing it was sold at Walmart, it seems like a pretty big, lead that could help them. But at the same time, it's not like a small sporting goods store. And who knows if that backpack was even purchased within the last, couple months or years. How big of a deal is that to trying to piece together who that is?
Well, it becomes a big puzzle. You see the video, you identify the backpack, the stores that it's sold in. So you go to those stores, and I would go back at least a month or two to try to see if they could come up with a SKU number of, you know, that time frame and if any were sold during that time. And then you're going to match that up with maybe any videos that are over registers, you know, of maybe anyone being captured buying those. You know, it takes a lot. Don't get me wrong. I just rattled that off in about 15 seconds, and it's a lot. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of meticulous work, but it is something to follow up on and a lead that can be run down. And I think that's what they're doing because you're going to start in that area. So you're going to go to the closest Walmart, and then you're going to kind of work outward, you know, from there. But Walmart's not the only store that sells it. It's just one of the most popular ones. So you're running into just other merchants as well that could be selling this, but you have to start somewhere. And I think that's a viable beginning.
And now that we're officially, this is day 14. So it's been 2 weeks since she was taken. And again, there's probably 95% of, you know, there's not, you know, a lot of leaks coming out. I mean, I know that there's a lot of statements from the sheriff back and forth, but it seems like the people closest to the investigation, as far as like the FBI agents, the Guthrie family, all of that. And
again, what Dolly said was there was a dead body that he saw, and people were saying that he said that he saw someone after they had ended their own life. So someone needs to say exactly what it was, because that's what people were saying in the chat. That's what people were saying on his video that he posted yesterday. So why are they all saying that if he didn't say it?
Not a lot of information coming out of there. One statement that got a little bit of traction yesterday was looking at the family, and they've been super cooperative, 100%. The sheriff says they've done everything. And then it was like, well, if the family's ruled out yet, and he says, well, nobody's ruled out. And then suddenly people look at that and say, well, the family's not being ruled out. Like, how do you actually rule someone out at this point?
Well, you know, the sheriff's been saying a couple of things he probably shouldn't, you know, elaborate on. You know, he just contradicted himself in one statement. So no one, listen, until someone is in handcuffs and in jail and charged, no one's off the hook. Everyone is still being looked at, either family, friends, neighbors, strangers, all of that. No one is off the table until the right person is apprehended.
And when I look at this too, because I know like they've said like hundreds of agents are working on this and members of law enforcement. We saw a massive SWAT presence last night. The FBI crime lab is going through stuff. I know that there was a little bit of controversy with that private lab in Florida that has a relationship with Pima County, but there is just so many people working on this. And it's like, I sit back knowing that there's probably 95% we don't know of. And it's like, how do whoever took Nancy Guthrie, like, how are they at this point not in custody? Like, when you look at this investigation and you're kind of seeing what's playing out, like, what can be the type of break in a case like this that changes everything?
I think waiting on the DNA of something they recovered, they stated from inside the house that's not Nancy's.
That's what I said too. That's what I'll be waiting on. Now, granted, like Ashley Banfield said, there's different kinds of DNA. Some DNA is better than others in more ways than one.
Right now is what you focus on. And then there might be something, tomorrow that you focus on. But I think right now, that DNA sample that got sent down to Florida is going to be big. That's going to be a big part in this. That is, if that DNA is in a data system. So a lot of it, we're all holding our breath and hoping for that one break. Criminals aren't perfect. There's no perfect crime. So you hope there was a mistake made somewhere, or someone has knowledge of this that gives these guys up. Those are...
Well, then Dolly needs to be more clear, because tons of people thought that's what he said.
Those are the hope factors that investigators deal with when you're running down leads and you're running a case like this. But I'm telling you, Chris, I'm telling you right now, all those investigators and detectives and agents are not sleeping. They're not eating. They're not going home. They are pounding this as hard as they can because you want a conclusion to this, whatever it might be. But they're not stopping, and I know that because I've been there. I've been involved in cases like this. And it becomes personal because now it's on their watch that they have to go get this person. So we're going to hope for the best.
Yeah. And now, day 14, but it does seem like there at least you hope that there's just steps forward in this investigation that can lead to that break. That may change everything. Tom Smith, retired NYPD detective, co-host of the Gold Shield Show. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me again, Chris.
If you have any information on Nancy Guthrie,
raid.
Guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. It's It's Saturday night. I wanted to tell you something new that I learned that investigators have been using because it's a technology that I've never heard of before. It's called a signal sniffer, and this is something that I saw last week. The helicopter hovering very, very low over Nancy's house, and then on the sides of Nancy's house, like in her side yard. Let me turn around here a little bit. And I don't know if you guys remember that if you've been following my coverage, but there was one day the helicopter was low. It was staying in one spot for a while, and then it would move to different areas around her house, but low and steady. And I'm told that's because what's known as a signal sniffer was sent in, which is a very, very small box that goes on one of the helicopter skids. And it can actually detect Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker, which is pretty incredible. But it has to stay low and it has to stay still. And it's not a perfected technology. It can also detect other things like AirPods, other items with Bluetooth.
The proof that Dolly posted is there's a hit and run accident. That's what he posted in the comment of the other video.
Signals. But it's a tool that they're using, or that they, at least I know that they used last week, which again I hadn't heard of, which I thought was really interesting. So I wanted to share that with you. And it's been pretty quiet outside the house tonight. There hasn't been much going on in Andy Guthrie's house. One of our producers saw FBI going to neighbors' houses over there, once again, just knocking on doors, but that's something that we've seen a lot. So latest with the SWAT raid from last night, sheriff texted me, no arrests. Obviously they didn't find Nancy Guthrie, but I'm told by my sources that it's still an active investigation. It was a federal search warrant, and they're still waiting on, still going through electronics and that kind of thing. So that's pretty much the latest. I'll talk to you guys later. Guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. It's Saturday night. I wanted to tell you something new that I learned that investigators have been using because it's a technology that
This is what happened. This is what he posted. A hit and run that was fatal. That's what he posted in the comment section of the chat. But for some reason, people had it in their minds that, oh, someone ended their own life and someone did this and someone ran out of a house the SWAT team was raiding. So people just spread all sorts of misinformation. I don't know exactly what Dolly said, but people were certainly citing Dolly's stream. So that's what I saw. We'll pop on to the beginning of what he has to say so we can see what he has to say for himself.
I don't know what time they be high. The right place. Okay, you have come to the right place. But first, of course, we need a favor from you. We need your damn fingerprints and DNA, just in case somebody comes and snatches you out your home in the middle of the night. Dolly's going to come record in your front yard. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to podcast right from where you're at. All right, but I'm going to need your DNA and fingerprints down here below. Okay. Also, if you're brand new here and you've been seeing people talk about me on the internet and you figured, hey, I'm going to come over and see who the hell this Dolly dude is.
Huh. Makes it sound like he might have done it on purpose to get people to watch him.
Make sure you sub up, ring that bell for notifications. We're at like 96,000 people. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a lot of people. I can't even count the 96, most likely 96,000. So you can help us. The next goal, the next stop on the Dolly train is 100K. So I went back after the incident that I'm going to get into in a minute, and I booked a flight. These alleged kidnappers and running across, hit and run murder scenes. And it's just stressful for my family. So, I love true crime. Don't get me wrong, but I love my family even.
We're trying to get to the bottom of what he claims he saw, only because people were coming into my chat last night saying all sorts of stuff. So we want to get to see what the truth is. So I know what the truth is.
More. Okay. So I don't want to do nothing to really upset them or have everybody in my family so worried that my phone won't stop ringing. Okay. Just ring, 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 ring. You know, what are you doing? Go sit down. You know, they're just worried. They're just worried. And that's easily understandable. Okay. Now, all these people on the internet, these trolls, there must be 1,000 trolls talking about Dolly today. Okay. Every troll that lives in their mama's basement or don't pay their parents rent that's over 40 is on the internet just trying to bash Dolly.
So the way he's talking about this just makes me think he did it on purpose.
GPS. So it shows you my coordinates of where I was at. And I want to read you what he put. Last night was absolutely chaos with Nancy Guthrie raid unfolding. At the same time, there was also 2 separate fatal hit and runs. I'm going to show you a news article from the hit and run crashes in the.
We got a super chat here. Thank you very much for this, Gagazuki. Dolly footage is still on ICT mail stream from last night, 6:01:20. What would I see if I go on there? Thank you very much for that.
Area, which only added to the confusion. Dolly Vision happened to come across one of these crash scenes. At the GPS screenshots circulating is online from the encounter. Around that same time frame, Brian Enton reported that a traffic stop was connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So many people said that I was reporting that this was connected. No, PJ was reading me messages over the phone, and I was relaying what the news was reporting. Okay. So some of the things you will hear me say in that video are things that are coming out. Like there was a shooting, somebody shot themselves in the head. Those things were being reported by the news, and I'm going to prove that to you in just a minute. Now, I know a lot of y'all saying, Dolly, you ain't got to prove nothing to us. We know you wouldn't lie. But this is just to make these people tear up and cry. You know, just to, you know, because sometimes you got to do it. Okay. Brian reported the traffic stop was connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, but the stop was tied separately to a Range Rover, not the hit and runs. Okay, so they're saying this Range Rover had something to do with the Nancy Guthrie case, not the hit and runs. I didn't think anyone was trying to mislead people. It was just one of those nights where multiple major incidents were happening all at once. Information was flying fast and things.
So I checked out that ICTMail thing, and I went to the mark that guy said to go to, and I didn't see anything.
Understandable got mixed together, and yeah, it was Friday the 13th. Okay, so this shows you exactly where I was. Okay, on right here at this Chevron, which is the place where the hit and run took place. Now here's the news article.
Yeah, so he's just saying it was a hit and run, and he probably stumbled across the body of a hit and run, and then people ran with it. That's what it was. That's nothing. It's nothing. I've had enough. I've had enough of that. So, but again, people need to be more careful with what they run with. That's all I'm saying. Don't run with things that you have no idea about. People can't help themselves, but that's what happens. No, Dolly's, it was just something, the hit and run was unrelated. It's a good question there, Gagazuki. Very good question. But if you're still here, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night here, talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, and the spectrum to apply to those things. Give my spin. Give my little spin. Me too, Esbar. I've had enough. His endearing southern accent. One thing to note, though, someone was saying another comment of mine, a post of mine tonight. When I say narcissistic people do something, they'll say, but narcissistic people aren't the only kinds of people to do this. And I would say, yes, narcissistic people aren't the only kinds of people that can do a toxic behavior. More than one thing can be true at the same time. At some point, you need, well, you're not listening to me, Leslie. I talk for hours and hours, and you're just going to criticize. You can go away. Go watch the other people then. I don't care. Now, I don't believe everyone has narcissism. I believe everyone can have toxic behaviors, and no one's perfect. But I do think that's different than everyone having narcissistic traits. Trait is an inherent part of someone's personality that is disordered. It is persistent and pervasive across many areas of life. Hopefully not unsub from me, unsubbing from Dolly. Behind the scenes with JSL and Brian Etten. We'll see. Yeah, I don't see anything. You got to give me the name of the channel. I think it's unrelated mystery. I think there's again, not every case is going to be directly tied to this. There's other things going on in the world too, you know? Oh, well, we'll see what Popcorn Planet has to say. This will be the last video then, because I'm getting tired.
Hello, everybody. I'm here in Tucson, live in Arizona. We've been streaming for the past about 90 minutes outside of the homes. We went and visited the sister at Annie's home, and now we're here at Nancy's home to try to just get some information. You can see the press lines here. We did a very deep rundown. We actually got they interviewed me on CNN. They wanted to talk to customers. We've been filming a lot of this, and there's the News Nation tent. Brian Etten's in there, yeah. And you can see a lot of press outside the house. I've never really seen a clear press, and then right here, that's the home. As you can see it up there. There's one a cop in there, sort of policing it. Finally, so no pizzas keep coming in. But I wanted to also showcase this man right here. Oh my God, look at this, Jonathan himself. JSLR is here. I love your work. You've been doing such a fantastic job. Thank you on behalf of all the viewers.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Tired.
I bet.
Been out here for a week, streaming, bringing public awareness, sharing the latest developments with this case, the twists and turns, the raids, law enforcement presence at multiple different properties here, Nancy's property, Annie and Tommaso's property about 10 minutes away, the terrain in between, just covering it, sharing the viewers what's going on, and on standby. Where is Nancy? It's been 2 weeks now since this crazy incident, and there's still a lot of we don't know. It's a mystery, and we're gonna figure it out. But we're not here to solve the case. We're just here to share information on what's going on and show in real time, boots on the ground, and what the atmosphere is here and what law enforcement is up to.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about earlier. It's a good amount of media here. I got to say, there is a News Nation definitely stepping up. I just want to sort of turn it around so you can see, that's not cheap, guys, to have that kind of setup. Because not only do they have the whole news tent, they're clearly renting some of that land from the neighbor behind. That's where Brian's chilling in the back as they're getting ready to go, I think, to live. But I'll come back 1 second.
Again, this is going to be the last video. This is behind the scenes, and that was JLR. He's a character, that JLR. This is a dude from Popcorn Planet. By the time we get over the 3.5 hour mark, no, I am not as talkative as I was in the first 2 hours, for sure. I get burned out.
talk more about this one so you can see it. Oh, there he is. There you can see the man himself chilling, Mr. Brian, as he gets ready. Oh, there he's coming. He's coming. We're getting to see how we're here live in the scene. He is the pro. Just say hi. I don't want to bug you, but I never get the chance. We met during Gabby. It's Andy. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, if I was on the scene, I would hate this. Honestly, I would hate someone walking up to me with a camera in my face. I'd be like, "Get the fuck is this?" Now, maybe it's just because I'm a crankopotamus and I can be a grump and I need to be in a very social mood to be social. I hate pop socialness. Oh, but that'd just be me. But it is interesting to see what's going on behind the scenes here. I might be one of these people soon. Got to check out their equipment and what they're doing, how they get Wi-Fi connection out there.
He's the best. The best. Keep it up, man. Please keep it up. You're doing a fantastic job. There he is. I got to shake his hand. I know a lot of you want to do that. But there he is. He's about to go live. He's crushing it. And this man's crushing it too. But yeah, so I got to say, I'm impressed. News Nation stepping it up. They're here a lot. Who other networks have you seen sort of covering this the most?
I actually seen every single mainstream media network, from the major ones to the locals, even down to Spanish stations. They're here. They're here. Yeah. There's literally, regularly 50 to 75 cars. You see the tents.
Yeah.
They're out here fully invested. Don't forget.
Don't want to get hit by the cars. Yeah.
Paparazzi type journalists like the Daily Mail, the Post.
Yeah.
Photographer journalists, drone journalists.
Yeah.
Up there on the hill.
Yeah.
Drones out constantly. So
by the way, there's my kid shooting drone stuff. We're gonna get some drone shots for you as well. But yeah, and everyone's been pretty calm. That's the other thing that impressed me. They're not being crazy.
It's super. There hasn't been any incidents. There was one woman that actually we were shocked that went onto the property yesterday. She started talking about a vehicle, whatever, but then she started firing back at the media, saying.
It's a good question in the chat. Do you think the extreme media presence is hindering the case? I would say it's putting more pressure on them. And when there's more pressure on them, they're more likely to make mistakes. I do think that.
Don't film me or I'm going to sue you, whatever like that. But I haven't seen any fights. I haven't seen any commotions. I haven't really seen any really crazy things out here.
Right.
Let's hope that doesn't. And then people are there paying respect. They're
yeah.
Flowers out there, and they're coming and just
Can you? Will you walk with me? Let's look at that.
Sure.
If you're, I don't know if he's. I want to show you the tribute because
prayer circles. They've been having groups of individuals doing prayer circles here. I've seen people in tears. I've seen people just their heads down. They're here for Nancy. And that's a lot of the locals, but it's not just the locals. It's people that travel an hour or two just to come here to lay.
To lay some flowers.
And see what's going on. We got law enforcement out here.
Yeah. So do they cycle out? Do you know? It's similar guy.
Their job here is just to make sure nobody goes on the property, and to maintain the peace. But this is on the request of Guthrie family. There has been people that try to go on to the property. There has been Amazon that delivered package. Pizza was delivered here. Some people have been delivering things like food. I don't think they're doing the food intentionally. They're just using this address.
Right. To try to.
The fact that there's no crime scene tape up here
is strange.
These people that deliver think that it's them, but it's really the people out here. But they should.
Right. When I was standing here and I didn't know which house it was either, so I don't blame them actually.
They should have crime scene tape here. I mean, you would think that they've been back here multiple times. You was here the other day, the tent up in the front.
Or drones.
They were doing something with the surveillance system up in the front. A couple days prior, they were with a pole in the septic tank pool.
No, I don't get jealous of anyone. I'm just coming onto the scene, and I'm going to be the best version of myself I can be, and we'll see how far I can go. I've been pretty lucky so far, and I think I've got some good things to offer to the world.
Cleaners, they keep coming back, and that's very disturbing. This should be blocked off where no one has any access.
Pretty lucky, but I've also put in a lot of work as well. So we'll see. We'll see where the world takes me.
Yes, whatsoever. But the neighbors have been super chilled. I really haven't seen any problems with the neighbors. One neighbor complained that some people were putting trash on their lawn and going on their lawn.
Understandable.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
But most of the neighbors come out and actually chit chat and they're very friendly. They walk their dogs. come out here just to see what's going on. I'm
This
sure
is-
some are annoyed, but they're not putting themselves out there to be annoyed about the situation.
You're about to see why some people live here too. The sunsets here are gorgeous with this cactus and everything. But my God, these are view.
$1 million.
Okay, you want to do it? Go for it. Yeah, you can go. We're probably gonna leave in a bit. So if you want to go get that last shot, go set it up. But yeah, he's right. $1 million. And I did want to focus here because this was a moment that helps ground it and keeps it back to what we're here for. And when I stopped here to see this, it was just very touching, as you see a lot of these flowers sent to the family, letters, homemade artifacts, project, stuff, candles, people saying their best, which is what this is about. And I don't know if these get cleared out and more come in, but I'm sure, I can only imagine this is going to keep growing as this case continues, and hopefully it doesn't.
Oh, wow. Good little tribute to Nancy there. Thank you very much for this common sense. I think creeper or sleeper, but I see a to-go bag in the backpack. Interesting. A to-go bag, huh? I wonder if they're only from Walmart too, huh? Those backpacks.
And hopefully we wrap it up sooner than later, but reminding exactly why we're here. And so, yeah, there he is going back in there, as we see a lot of the media covering it, major networks. But I got to say, it's those two tents right there, the News Nation and JLR. I've been getting all my insights through. I don't know about you guys, but I was glad to be able to come here, shake their hands, support them.
And this guy's from Popcorn Planet. So check him out too. Give him a subscribe and like some of his videos.
And make sure they keep going, because it is a lot. If I could, I would, but I can't. I live in Florida. I got my kids and stuff I got to take care of, and so I can't be out here every day like they can. But the fact that they can, to keep the interest in this case going, is really important and inspiring and impressive. So shout out to them. I'm glad I got to connect while I was here for the day. But yeah, here we are. This is it. There's that view. Sunset's coming. I'm gonna probably keep my whole stream unlisted at some point. If I trim this, you can click. I'll try to pin it. If I do trim it down, you can click the unlisted link to watch the whole sort of conversation. I don't want to keep that behind the paywall. So I'll probably trim this. And if you want to see the full conversation with JLR and everybody else, we've interviewed a neighbor and so much more. You can click on over there and watch it in its entirety to see our investigation, if you will, of us here in Tucson, along with my family in the Popcorn Planet news van, which was pretty fun. But yeah, beautiful place to remember. Just this tragic reason why we're here. It's at least encouraging, I gotta say, to see so much attention still on this case. That's inspiring me. I just hope it keeps going. As you can see, sort of the amount of people here that are still pulling it off. And there he is again. Brian is about to go live, I guess, on News Nation. Getting me for the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock news hour. 6 p.m. I can't look at my clock because I'm streaming with you guys. But here it is again. This is the place. So, Jonathan.
The question I would have is, how do they get a good stream out there when there's no Wi-Fi? Do they get some sort of hotspot or something? I don't know. Because, Brian Etten's videos, I guess because it's not streaming, he's just recording, it's different, right? But a stream is a completely different thing.
Sorry. So your final theories. We were talking with the neighbor. You still suspect that it's tomatoes? His chat was throwing a lot of tomatoes.
I don't think it's him. However, I'm I don't think it's him solely.
So tell me, chat, what is Starlink?
I'm open-minded to this being a conspiracy involving multiple people, somebody close to family.
That's most likely. That makes sense to me too. That's, I guess, where I'm leaning as well.
Statistics, it's less than 1%. That's what they say. A total stranger kidnapping another stranger. It's the odds are favorable as being a family member or someone close to a family member that did this. So, you have a lot of people that have had access to this house. We got pool cleaners, landscapers, maids, home health care individuals, caretakers. She had electric work in January on the home, so people could, someone that's
you were
familiar
there
with the, the layout of the house, or
you were interviewed that Carlos guy, which I know have not made him a suspect. But as I was watching it, I know you were live streaming. There was always something that kept me off on that one, because the first time they interviewed him, he's like, "Well, they asked me about why I called her. Apparently, I called her." In one of his interviews, he talks about that.
Carlos, is he the person that was detained and questioned from the traffic stop a few nights ago? Or is he a bandmate of Tommaso? I think he's the person in question, though.
And then in front of the door, he's like, "Oh, they had no reason." He kind of changed the story.
Yeah,
Do you think
we
there's a
don't know. We don't
possibility
know
that
about the
he's-
probable cause affidavit to
Could,
be able to.
some of these other past people could still be accomplices in theory, no?
They could. I mean, as the sheriff said, and I'm not I don't like the sheriff personally. I don't like
Right, no, I don't either.
case, but everyone's a suspect. Anyone could be. Even no one's clear.
So what would his reasoning be for calling Nancy? Was he a delivery person? They said he was DoorDash, right? Is that the reason why he called her? Does Nancy Guthrie order DoorDash? What other reason would he have for calling her? Is there something else going on? Does he deliver something else that would be delivering to Nancy?
Clear. No one's cleared. You might be spoken to.
Right, even if you have an
Nothing
alibi,
at
you
at
could have hired
first, but
somebody.
something might
Yeah.
revolve later. Him, the way he's presented to me, somebody said I just look like the person and I possibly could have delivered a package to her in the past. That's what he said because he's a delivery driver.
Yep, he did say that, and that is a good alibi.
So, but he's from now.
Yep, I mean, and that would make sense. But if this is what they're going towards, this is what warrants detaining someone for questioning. To me, that means they don't have much. If that's what is all it takes to be detained and get questions, I think they're grasping at straws.
His dad's sketchy. His dad's a registered SO.
Yep.
As far as him, he doesn't have a criminal record, but he lives over in Rio Rico. That's like literally like an hour. It's far. I could see it in his eyes. You could tell, but sometimes that doesn't determine something. The way they left him quickly and cleared, like released him out of the vehicle after being detained and tearing up the house, it's indication that's not him.
Right, and the ones last night we've heard.
And in terms of people going to prison in the past, I mean, yours truly, I'm a felon, but I'm not a felon anymore because I got my record expunged. That being said, I do think people can change, but that also being said, I would still use my eyes and I would still pay attention. You don't completely neglect someone's past either, right? That would be foolish to ignore it, but you don't want to completely judge people off their past either, right? It's you gotta have a little discernment, right? So cautious. I'd say be cautious.
Yeah, they kind of went out as well. Like that was crazy last night. What happened with the dead body?
There was no dead body.
Oh, so that was that streamer or whatever didn't see a dead body.
There was no dead body. No one died.
That was weird. That was weird.
So I'd never spent any time in prison. The most I did was a couple days in county jail, but I had a drug offense. It should not have been a felony, but those are the rules. It was just drug possession.
I've seen literally 50 SWAT, FBI agents, law enforcement descend onto this property. They had the whole place, crime scene taped up and everything like that, blocking everyone else. Sometime during the middle of the night, clear. I went to his house this morning. Not one law enforcement was there. No tape. Nobody was around. That's so strange.
That is very strange.
Full firepower of law enforcement only for these people. And then the news report came out. One of the local stations got information that no one has been arrested and no one is detained. So it's just these three individuals. One down there at the Culvers with the Range Rover.
Yeah.
But they're not even saying if that's connected to the other two that were at the house. We're assuming they were, but three were detained in that whole fiasco there. There's only 2 miles apart. They're all released the next morning. No charges.
It's not a good look.
I mean, the firepower. I mean, imagine you are in your house with your family. And literally, SWAT's coming with a bullhorn telling you to come out with your hands.
You gotta have pretty good reason for that. I would think.
I mean, probable cause. You gotta, it's a warrant.
That's wild.
And you're coming out in your underwear, your attire, you're about to go to bed, whatever, and you're being put in a vehicle.
So Shorty, this is how I play it in this space. And for whatever space I'm in, whether it's narcissistic abuse space, true crime space, I am cautious with people I don't know, but I also don't just blindly judge them off their past. I see how they are. And I'm pretty good at picking up on things, and I'm pretty good at picking up on people's motives and intentions. And if I have a bad gut feeling about somebody, I pay attention to that. So that's what I do with everybody, though. And I'll say, okay, once I get a bad gut feeling though, then I'm out. And then I'm really cautious with that person, or I try to not be around them as much as possible. So that's how I say it, how I see it. So, but most people in the chat probably know JLR better than me. So.
Down the station, you have to justify your whereabouts while they search your home, only for hours later to say, you're good.
It's scary because I don't know, and now that makes me blame Nanos even more, because rumor is he's going to another basketball game tonight, right?
Maybe, we'll see.
Jesus,
he does. We're putting on.
I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed if I was the family, the Guthrie family. Yeah,
doing
dude.
your work.
Thank you, everybody. Go support this man at JLR Investigates. I think we're in Florida. We'll have to connect sometime when it's all said and done. I owe you a meal.
And no, when I say appreciate you out here, it's just you have a big platform, and your platform can make a difference and bring public awareness. So these big platforms should be talking about cases, particularly this is a major case. I think this is one of the biggest true crime cases in our generation.
And it's scary because it sets the whole kidnapping aspect of it. Will this create
there's somebody on the
copycats?
loose that did this.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to be held accountable. They need to get this creep off the street.
Amen.
Platforms and keep putting the stuff out there and the information out there keeps the story going, keeps Nancy's name out there.
Yeah, that's why you do this. Yeah. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. There he is. Let's go check his drone shot before we go.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Let's see the drone shot. You got a shot I can show him real quick as I'm wrapping this up? Here we go. Oh, wow, look at this. Sawyer's crushing it on the drone work. Zooming on with the sunset, getting some shots. We got a lot of angles of the house, etc., and both houses. So we'll be, that's a beautiful shot too. Man, such good sunsets here. But we'll edit this together and make sure we showcase this to you on future episodes here in Nerd Report, so you guys can see the work as we're doing it. But there it is up there, getting some nice work, buddy. He's crushing it. I can't even see it. Can't even see where it goes. But there it is. All right. Well, I think we covered it. Shout out to the JLR audience. There they are. I'm cameoing again. Go subscribe to him on there. All you guys, thank you for watching, supporting him. We will be covering this more as well. So please stay tuned. Hit the subscribe if you haven't already. We'll keep you posted on this story and any updates that happen. And please keep this story out there and up on everybody's feeds, because I think it's an important one. Thank you, everybody who watched. Donate. I'm sorry if I didn't get to it. I'm not really in my studio, but we'll go back and thank you all during our next live next week.
All right. So this is Popcorn Planet. Check him out. Give him a subscribe. Like his videos. So to me, the benefit of talking about Nick Reiner's case and Michael McKee's case in particular is with Nick Reiner, there's all sorts of important topics that case brings to the forefront. Mental health, addiction, maybe personality disorders. What do you do if you're a parent that has a kid struggling with addiction and mental health? So there's a lot of good things to talk about. It's not even as much about just Rob and Nick Reiner. It's about how can we help other people that are in a similar situation? They just haven't killed their parents. That's a common thing, right? That happens a lot with the addiction and mental health part. Not the violence part, of course. With Michael McKee, that's an opportunity to talk about coercive control, narcissistic abuse, abusive relationships, trauma bonds. And so we talk about that. With this, I think what I try to do with this is I try to use my experience like with narcissism and ego stuff and apply that to how people are talking about this stuff, right? What are people withholding? So think about the undersheriff Rick Castiger and what I picked up from him and maybe being spiteful or vengeful towards the sheriff. And again, I don't know much about the sheriff. I know he's actively contradicting Ashley Banfield. I know that. Oh, thank you, that common sense. I didn't see this. Solution to this is what was in the backpack, not the brand. Yeah, that would be big, common sense. Thank you for that super chat. I think JLR is actually charming, but I have read some really concerning things about him. I have too, but maybe he's past that fraud and impersonating stuff. I mean, when you read things like that, I think it's important to be discerning and be skeptical. And of course, you see that, you'd be more hesitant to really go all in with somebody, right? You'd be a little more, especially for me, right? Most people who are watching him are not going to really be in a spot to truly be burned by him. But if I'm in the space, then I have to be, a little more careful. I got to figure things out. 2,000 likes. Are we going to get there, Livin? Jude, thank you very much for this. And we really appreciate all you do, Jared. I appreciate you too, Jude. Thank you very much. I hear we're close to 2,000 likes here too. So if we can get that, that'd be awesome. Coming up towards what, 35,000 subscribers and 40,000 next. Jared, harass the people for likes and then give me credit for. That'd be fair, Livin. You're right about that. Livin's name is Rebecca, by the way. Hello there, Gene. How many likes are we at, Livin? You got to tell me. He deserves a second chance and has proven he's past that life. Yeah, I mean, he very well might be. He very well might be. $1.9. I mean, get the 2,000, right? Yeah, like I said, though, I mean, if someone actively tries to do better, and also, let's face it, too, there's a lot of grifting on YouTube, right? Every space you can think of has some grifters in it, whether it's the political space, the manosphere space, what else? Poker. That's the cool thing about poker, too, is that at least everyone knows everyone is out for each other's money, right? That's the goal of the poker. And everyone knows, okay, this person might be lying. This is why they say poker is closer to life than chess. Because in poker, you can do everything right and still lose. But in chess, the skilled person wins. Like, you have more skill, you win. But in poker, that's not always true. You can be the best player, but you can just get some bad luck and still lose. Annie Duke, a professional poker player, said that. And I would agree. I would certainly agree. Shorty says, not for true crime. He doesn't need a second chance. Maybe he can do other videos in a different niche, but not everyone should be accepted as a victim advocate. That's understandable, Shorty. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. What is meant by grifter on YouTube? This is new to me. So that's a good question. What is a grifter? To me, a grifter is someone that does not care one bit about what they're saying. They're just pandering to get views and then money. That's to me what a grifter is. They don't really care if they're being truthful. They don't really believe in what they're saying. They're just going along with something. They're going along with something to get views and to get likes. That's what a grifter is to me. Yeah, I would say scamming views for clicks and donations. Yeah. I think so, Gone. I really liked it the first time I heard it. Probably I'll be streaming tomorrow, Tim. Usually I've taken Sundays off, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And that's another part of it, be opportunistic people, sure. And the tricky part about it is this. It can be hard to tell because people that are really grifting can have plausible deniability sometimes too. Because how do you call it out? How do you call out someone's intention? It's tough. That's where it comes down to trusting your gut. Because someone's energy is the one thing they can't fake. So I'm big on trusting the vibes. I also read people's faces too, and I can see a lot from people's faces. No Sunday off, only if this gets 2,000 likes, Jared. Oh my goodness. Livin is my slave master, whipping me to get 2,000 likes. I'm not complaining though. How many do they have? I can stay live until there's 2,000. I would agree with that, Tim. Most of them do. Most of them do grift. It's a rare thing when you see a political person who is not grifting. That's why I like Dan Carlin so much. He's one of the few people that I think truly isn't grifting. And even if I don't agree with you, I can still get a sense that this person believes what they're saying. And I appreciate that too. If someone truly believes what they're saying, as opposed to just pandering, I can't stand that. But there's certain people, they pander, and they'll pander to a social war. They'll pander to a gender war. I hate that. I hate that. That's, to me, because they're so clearly doing it. How does he get all the gas money to travel over the country on probation? He's probably off probation now, right? Bernie Sanders. This is a great channel. I am happy YouTube showed this in my search. I'm glad you found us here. We got a great flock of black sheep here. Jared, if it was a robbery, wouldn't the perp's backpack be empty to hold the loot? It depends on what they were planning on stealing, right? Jewelry. Maybe you only need a little bit of room for jewelry, right? But maybe it was something to aid in the abduction, right? That would make sense. I don't think it was a burglary gone wrong. I don't think that. I don't think it was a burglary gone wrong. I think it was a planned abduction. I think whoever is behind it, it seems like they were hired to do it, honestly. And it seems like there could be a group of people that are in on it. Who they are, I don't know. I kind of think they don't really have much. That's what I think. I thought last night they had something, but they didn't. They didn't have a thing. I thought we were going to get a big announcement this morning. Nancy found. I was kind of thinking probably passed away, but that's what I was thinking. Yeah, everyone's been watching JLR. I mean, good for him. It gives me hope that I can do well in this, right? Who's hating around here, Rosemary? Thank you very much. Happy days. Most people who go missing, most adult, lead at risk lifestyles. We are seeing how difficult it is to investigate other types of abductions. Very true. So a lot of sex workers, for example, right? They go missing all the time. Or a lot of times what happens is someone's abducted and it's the other parent. So the parents have broken up and then the other parent comes in and takes the kid, but it's their kid. That happens too. This is a channel for black sheeps. If you've ever seen black sheep, if you've ever seen Game of Thrones, Tyrion Lannister says he's got a soft spot in his heart for cripples, bastards, and broken things. And I kind of have that same soft spot in my heart. Jared, you will go far. I guarantee it. You're like the Pink Floyd. Jared, you're going to go far. You can make it if you try. They're going to love you. Thank you, Teresa. Yeah, I agree. Not a burglary gone wrong. I agree. Thank you, Rosemary. No, I mean, things are going good. I think, especially the last couple months here, and it started with Candace Owens. The first, really popular stream I did was breaking down the meeting of Candace Owens and Erica Kirk. And it's been all uphill from there. It's all gravy from there so far. And I'm very grateful. But I got to remember to be humble too, because if you're not humble, the universe finds a way to humble you for you. So I don't like that. Cripples, bastards, and broken things. Livin', haven't you seen Game of Thrones? Rude to the black sheep. No, I'm saying it more in an endearing way, not a rude way. You can do well if you don't let a chick ruin your show like JLR has. Ah, good to know. Oh, my Lord. Living giving me grief in my own chat. My own mod giving me grief. It's rare for someone this age to be abducted. Absolutely, it's rare. 84 years old, you don't normally see it. Though, if you take the case of Danny Troyer, that was his thing. He would abduct the elderly and SA them. Not very good. That's a good question. I went to 12-step programs, and I learned a lot about myself in that. I developed a spiritual connection, learned some self-awareness. It was a lot. I got 2,000 likes. Victory. And then what I did was I got tired of the negative consequences because I was crashing cars and being a dope. And I got tired of it. Thank you, Sean, your light detailing. I'm glad you found me. We got an awesome flock of black sheep here. 2,000 likes. That's a record for me, I think. A lot of records on this stream. 8,000 live viewers, 2,000 likes. Man, I'm a pretty lucky person. I'm pretty lucky. But I think what happens is hard work plus luck. It's not one or the other, right? But I do think the harder you work in the right things, you get more lucky too. So I think they both compound. Thank you very much, Slate. I thank all of you for the likes and the comments and the shares and the super chats. I wouldn't be here without you. Thank you, Jeannie. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. I just subscribed to your channel from Nancy in Ohio. Thank you very much, Nancy. I appreciate you. Got a couple other Ohio peeps in the chat. Yes, B, I did align myself with the magic. I did. I do believe in that. I do believe in mindset. A 13th stepper. I'm trying to think if I ever did date anyone in the program. I think I dated one person, but it wasn't like a newcomer. I think the 13th stepper is the ones that date the newcomers. I didn't do that. Thank you, Just. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone, as well. I like this channel. I found it for the first time tonight. I am an old person who lives alone and will call an Uber to get me, or I need to go if it means I don't need to go into a home. Well, I'm glad you found us, Leslie. We have a very chill community here. And I'm glad to facilitate and provide for you all. Thank you, Zona. You're a great person. I sub to from Texas. Texas representing. I love it. And I'm confused by this case now too, because I don't know what the motives were. I would have thought if you're doing this for revenge, because what do you think? The motive was to kill her or money? It's one or the other, right? If your motive's money, your goal isn't to kill her. If your motive is revenge, it is to kill her. Now, one thing that could have happened is the goal was money, but in the process, they killed her, and they didn't mean to. That's possible too, right? I would say with each passing day, the likelihood that she's found alive decreases. A couple days ago, I think I was saying 90-10. So now we're like 95-5. I mean, it's not looking good, right? No one's going to tell you it's looking good at this point. YouTuber pronounced my name. Is that the right way? Gian? Is that correct or is it not correct? Livin and Livin's an hour behind me, aren't you? And she still wants me to do it earlier. And I don't blame you for that, 5M. Less than 1%, she's still with us. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue that. I think the first 48 hours are extremely important, but the first 48 hours blown by, and I just think we're not looking for much right now. All right, guys. I think about time to wrap this up here. I'm tired now. But thank you, everyone, for liking, commenting, all the super chats. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Like the channel on your way out here. And with that, over and out, everybody. I appreciate getting to 2,000. Thank you, Rebecca. And thank you to Livin for modding. Everyone should thank Livin. Thank you for modding, Livin. So I'll give you a recap before I go. The recap is there was a SWAT raid the other night. 3 people were detained, a mother and a son at a house, and 1 person at a traffic stop. They were questioned and then released. And then In terms of Nancy, no signs of Nancy at all. All of those vehicles were apparently there for I don't know what reason. Maybe they think Nancy was once there at that place. But if so, I don't think they would have released those people. So I don't know what all those vehicles were doing. We're waiting on DNA to be analyzed that was found. That's not Nancy's or someone close to her. That could be big. There's gloves found miles away. I'm not really too eager to hear about that. I don't think that's anything. Conflicting reports between glove found in Nancy home. Sheriff says there wasn't. Fox and Ashley Banfield say there was. Who do you believe? I don't know. But outside of that, they're trying to find who the person on the Nest Cam was. I guess first they have to try to identify him, but they can't. I'll be curious what the footage on the rest of the street says around 2 a.m. to 9 a.m. And outside of that, they just don't have much. They don't have much. All right, everybody. But that's the summary. Really not too much. Some of it's just about the drama between Sheriff Nanos, and the other person. The foliage grabber. Follow the foliage to the foliage grabber. Let's hope not. I try not to bash anyone. I try to be fair. But all right, guys, I'm tuning out. So I'll see you all tomorrow, more than likely. So thanks again.